Alright. Does the Patreon audience have any requests before I get started? I feel like singing. Which means that I need a bond. Life it seems to fade away, drifting further every day, getting lost within myself. Nothing matters, no one else. I have lost the will to live, simply nothing more to give. There is nothing left for me. Need the end to set me free. Mm, 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 mm. Hey, Anna. Gablum bum bow dow dow bagadum bum bow dow dow bo boom bo bow bo dow 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 bodum bodum bum bodum 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 da. These are what they used to be, missing one inside of me. The philosophies can't be real, can't stand this hell I feel. The emptiness is building me to the point of agony. Darling darkness taking dawn. I was me, but now he's gone. Bum ba bum bum ba da da ba-dum bum ba da da ba-dum bum ba da da boom boom bow. Bow dow dow ba-dum bow da 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 dum da 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 dun dow da 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 ba-dum dun da 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 boom bum ba da da ba-dum dun da 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 dun 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 da 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 dun da da da. I could never get this right on the bass. Diggin, 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 dun, 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 diggin, 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 dun, 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 da, diggin, dun, 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 da, da, dun, diggin, 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 dun, 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 ga, diggin, dun, 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 da, da, dun, 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 diggin, 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 dun, 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 dun. Dun 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 da dun 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 da da do 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 da dun 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 da dun 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 da da do 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 da dun 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 da 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 do dum bum bum ba bum ga da bum ga dum bum dum dum ba bum ga bum ga bum ga Bunga dum bum ba bunga 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 dum bum ba bunga 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 dum ba dum bum ba bunga 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 dum 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 bunga dum ga dum ga dum ga dum 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 And then it fades out because fade to black. I think that's my favorite ever guitar solo. Every time I hear this song, we're playing Hey Jazz, I Almost Missed You. Yeah, living the high life for sure. But we're playing Sip 7 today. I woke up from a deep sleep. I had been playing World of Warcraft Cataclysm with my then wife. She was on my desktop and I was on my laptop in the living room and I had fallen asleep. And I woke up to these chords. Shades of night. Sounds better on a guitar. Sitting in the empty black, the last slivers of dusk have passed. Set the dawn, there is a fear, the day I will not be here. There she comes and wears a thread, upon me ties a mask for death. There's her blood begin to seep, and they disguise the shades of night. Descend, descend the shades of night. Decide the cold light across a blackened sky. All our hate is a product of the world we create dread. The shades of night. The shades of night. As the crowds had turned to rain, times began to turn to shame. To secure the senseless, I hate me for this weakness. They caused me to carry on and take the road less traveled on. Sands to swallow me's the trap, the poison trap, the shades of night. Descend, descend the shades of night. Decide to close our eyes across the blackened sky. All our hate is a product of the world we created. Every time I hear this song, it's like the first time. I didn't know Motorhead had this just absolutely profound depth. Swim with me, lead with me, see with me, skiing with me, swim with me, bleed with me, sing with me, see with me. Find my, find my, find my. Whoa! Descend, descend the shades of night. Outside the cold, come down, arise across the bus, the black, the shades of night descend, the shades of night descend. Yeah, that back and forth is fucking hard that he does right there. That's why he has somebody harmonizing with him to do it for him. But he did it once in the studio. At least you can tell yourself that. You can let yourself believe that. I could at the time. Sometimes I remember that kid just on the beginning of this thing that I am. I weep for him. He thought it was almost over. He had no idea what was in store for him. I'd even met Devin yet. head of the tree. I'm gonna be somebody. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-da. Hey, number 2 is excellent. Tanking is done. Thank goodness. That is great news. Ba-dum, bum, ba-da, Born to push you around. That's the next line. Born to push you around. Better just stay down. You pull away, he hits the flesh, you hit the ground. Mouth so full of lies, tend to block your eyes. Just keep them closed, keep praying, just keep waiting. Waiting for the one. The day that never comes. When you stand up and feel the warmth. But the sunshine never comes. No. The sunshine never comes. Brush across that line. Just stay down this time. God in yourself, howl in yourself, you'll have your time. That I'll make them pay. Take it back one day. All than this day, I'll splatter color on this gray. Waiting for the one. But the day that never comes. Whoops. When you stand up and feel the warmth. But the sunshine never comes. No. Love is a four-letter word. We never fucking cares. Love is a four-letter word. Here in this prison, I suffer this no longer. I'll put an end to this, I swear. This, I swear, the sun will shine. This, I swear. This, I swear. This, I swear. That fucking grooves, man. It's just got a fucking. And they know how to end a song. They finally learned how to end a fucking song. Just end it when the wankery is over. All right, you've wanked off. End it now. Metallica is the gooning of music. Just get off and be done with it. God damn. I got places to be, things to do, and this song makes this drive feel like it's going for fucking ever. That used to be how I felt about Metallica in a very real way. That comes from a real place. I woke the same as any other day, except a voice was in my head. Said, seize the day, pull the trigger, drop the blade, and watch the rolling heads. The day I tried to live, I told 1,000 beggars change and gave it to the rich. No shit. The day I tried to win, the day I saw the power lines and let the matter stretch. Yeah. One more time around, might make it. One more time around, I might make it. One more time around, I might do it. One more time around, I might make it. The day I tried to love. So they would say, never seem to live up to the ones inside your head. The lives we made never seem to ever get us anywhere but dead. The day I tried to laugh, wallowed in the blood and mud with all the other pigs. Singing one more time around and might make it. One more time around and might make it. One more time around, might do it. One more time around and might make it. Yeah, I tried to love just like you. The dickery is strung with this one, is it, Eric? Ba-da, ba-da. Ba, the hickory dickory dock. Eric tripped over his cock. No, do say as any other day, you know I should have stayed in bed. The day I tried to win, I wallowed in the blood and mud with all the other pigs. So one more I was a liar. I learned that I was a liar. I learned that I was a liar. I learned that I was a liar. And then one more time around, might do it. One more time around, I might make it. One more time around, might do it. One more time around, might make it again. I tried to love, oh, just like you. Ooh, just like you. One more time around. One more time around. One more time around. I thought that nursery rhyme was pretty funny. I thought that would get more of a reaction than what it did. That's what that song is about. Chris Cornell did end it, Rage. Not that long ago either. Bum 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 bum. Just singing songs, Richie. I did organize this playlist to describe how I feel. And I did begin on Fade to Black, a song about self elimination. So close, no matter how far. Couldn't be much more from the heart. Forever trusting who we are, and nothing else matters. Never open myself this way. Life is ours, we live it our way. All these words I don't just say, and nothing else matters. Trust I seek and I find in you. Every day for us something new. Open mind for a different view. And nothing else matters. Never cared for what they do. Never cared for what they know. And I know. So close, no matter how far. Couldn't be much more from the heart. Forever trusting who we are. And nothing else matters. I never cared for what they do. Never cared for what they know. And I know. Ooh. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Ba-go. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da-ba-da-bum. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-ba. Boo-doo. Bum 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 ba da bum ba da dum ba da doo ba dum ba ba da dum da dum doo. Never opened myself this way. Lovers as we live it our way. Oh, these words I don't just say, and nothing else matters. Trust I seek, and I find in you. Every day for us something new. Open mind for a different view. And nothing else matters. Never cared for what they say. Never cared for games they play. Never cared for what they do. Never cared for what they know. And I know. Yeah! I can do it every time now. I can't get all the way up there. I'm not a guitar. So close, no matter how far. Couldn't be much more from the heart. Forever trusting who we are. 'Cause nothing else matters. Aopium. Better than the original? Oh gosh. I'm gonna throw out my voice early today doing all this Metallica. You'll be alright. All that is, was, and will be. Universe, much too big to say. Time and space, never ending, disturbing thoughts, questions pending, imitation of human understanding. I got caught on the cops. The cops called on me for singing this song once. Imitation to survive. We are gonna be alive. Yeah. Twisting, turning through the never. All that is, ever, ever was, will be, ever. Twisting, turning through the never. In the dark, see past their eyes. Pursue the truth, no matter where it lies. You can see that this song infected me. Leading up to the breeze of the heavens, then the crest made it reason. Come to be how a million. All alone in the family of the sun. Curiosity gazing everyone on a home. Thirst from the sun. Yeah. Twisting, turning through the never. All that is, ever, ever was, will be, ever. Twisting, turning through the never. Yeah, I hear my voice crack. So does his. They actually put his voice cracking in one of their songs. They actually recorded it and left it in the original. He sings this a half step lower. So if I'm harmonizing flat, it's because I'm singing it the way he does live. So fuck off. I don't care if you like it. You didn't pay me here. Metallica's the only band on earth left that knows that the lopsided riff is what actually makes you headbang. You have to headbang. You have to keep to the time with Lars. In fact, you have to fill in the notes that he's skipping because he's taking a jazz approach behind what James is doing, because James is making you do this. Why? Because this makes the boobies do this. Through the never we must go on. Through the never until the end of the never we must go on. Through the never comes. The master's only line in the Rob Longshore is never. Say never. Through the ever twisting, turning, who we are. Asked forever, twisting, turning, through the never. Every second of your life is a moment twisting through the never. You have never existed in the next second. And the one thing that is true is that we are hungry to stay alive. You can read that sentence with any emphasis you like, and it does not change the fact that that is a religious truth. A sacred and holy order of the universe that every government, every city, every tyrant, or every ruler, every president, every religion has tried to suppress. Oh, the love I've shown, given to the ones I've known. Oh, the love I make is equal to the love I take. All the love I've known, given to the love I've shown along the way. Free from it all. I don't think so, Rachie. Breathed in the darkest fall. I haven't had a Mountain Dew since I've been here. The blue one. The afterlight through a brother's eyes to know. Through fire embers low. I haven't had anything with caffeine in it. It's run to, well, that's not true. I've had those Pepsis. Better. Letting go, your spirit flies. Oh, the love I've shown is given to the ones I've known. All the love I make is equal to the love I take. Like the spirit grasps, careful of the ones you last along the way. Free from it all. This song is written about, and this album was written for the bassist's brother, who was a bassist in his own right and a professional, but never got big, and taught Mastodon's bassist how to play, taught him the sensibilities of music that he writes with, and ultimately did take the same exit as Chris Cornell and Elliott Smith and Chester Bennington and so many other artists who were truly ahead of their times. I hope they made it to a future where they are beloved and remembered. Free from it all, wreathed in the darkest fog. Here after light through a brother's eyes, you'll know. Through fire embers slow, what did a different stone? Letting go, your spirit flies. I remember one of my friends telling me to go ahead. Now as I have this side. All of these songs are about either embracing or engaging with in one way or another. So all of these songs are about engaging with the urge to end it. My someone that my name I didn't churn to look that way. I just fix my eyes onto the ground. I would not have the strength to turn around. If I would tell me that I was someone, and for a second I would think, just like I would try to consider how it would feel to know. If you would tell me that I was someone, then for a second I would think, just like I would try to consider how it would feel to know. Love to get on with this. It's a decision for tonight. I took the chances. It is murder on my mind. That this was someone new that was searching for a while. So then time I am changing. I decided what to say. If you would tell me that I was someone, then for a second I would think, just like I would try to consider how it would feel to know. If you would tell me that I was someone, then for a second I would think, just like I would try to consider how it would feel to know. Of this worth being here, like too often for a change. If you would tell me that I was someone, then for a second I would think, just like I would try to consider how it would feel to know. If you would tell me that I was someone, then for a second I would think, just like I would try to consider how it would feel to know. To know that I was someone. Ba-da-da. Bury me softly in this room. I give this part of me for you. Another self-in, Lane Staley. Sand rains down and here I sit, holding red flowers in a tomb. Boom. Ideation is normal. Stand in the hole and I don't know if I can be saved. It seems my heart is decorated like a grave. You don't understand who they thought I was supposed to be. Look at me now, I'm a man who won't let himself breathe. Down in the hole so small, down in a hole, losing my soul. I'd like to fly, but my wings have been slowly down. Down in a hole, and I put all the stones into place. The stars of the tongue has been burned of the taste. I have been guilty of kicking myself in the teeth. I won't speak no more, I must feelings believe. Depression is knowing that when you speak, other people hear the wrong things. Feeling so small, down in a hole, losing my soul. I'd like to fly, but my wings have been slowly down. Bury me softly in this with all I wanna be inside of you. Give this heart of me for you. All I wanna be inside of you. And rains down and here I sit. All I wanna be inside of you. Oh, all I wanna be inside, down in a hole, feeling so small, down in a hole, out in my soul, down in a hole, feeling so small, down in a hole, out of control. I'd like to fly, but my wings have been slowly down. On a lone and lonesome highway east of Omaha, listen to the engines moaning out as one of song, and you think about the woman or the girl you knew the night before. But your thoughts will soon be wandering the way they always do. When you're riding 16 hours, there's just nothing left to do. And you don't feel much like lying. You just wish the trip was through. I'm going to change the words. Here I am, on the road again. Here I am, up on your screen. There I go, playing star again. There I go, turn the page. So you walk into this restaurant, all strung out from the road, and you feel the eyes upon you as you're shaking off the coat. You pretend it doesn't bother you, but you just want to explode. Most times you can't hear them talk. Other times I could, all the same old cliches. Is he homeless? Is he an artist? And you always feel outnumbered, and you don't dare make your stand. Make your stand. There I go on YouTube again. There I am up on your screen, and there I go playing star again, and there I go. Turn the page. Oh. Whoa, out there in the spotlight, I'm a million miles away. Every ounce of energy, just trying to get paid as the sweat pours out my body, like this music that you play. Yeah. Later in the evening, you lie awake in bed with the echoes of the amplifiers ringing in your head. You smoke the day's last cigarette, remembering what they said. What they said. Whoa! Here I am on your screen again. There I am on YouTube, and here I go playing star again. Here I go, scroll your screen. There I go, scroll away. There I go, yeah. There I go, yeah, yeah. There was always the intense urge to just end the stream every time I play this song. There I go, fuckers. Eat my whole dick. Backward. God, I hate you fucking people so much. Someone has to show you to love or you destroy yourselves. It would be so much easier to be a self-destructive narcissist. Just pretend like I don't know. Everybody else does. Only yesterday they told me you were gone. All these normal people. Will I find another one? Monkey on my back, aching in my bones. I forgot you said one day you'll walk alone. I said I need you. Does that make me wrong? Am I a weak man? Are you feeling strong? My heart was blinded. It's bloody red. A hole in my heart. A hole in my head. Who will help me up? Where's the helping hand? Will you turn on me? Was this my final stand? When I dream I cannot see, tangled as a fallacy, random turmoil builds in me. I'm addicted to your chaos. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-da. Mad and numb the path, turn bad days into good, turn breakdowns into blocks. I smashed them 'cause I could. My hand was labored, my head was thin. Don't let me down, don't give up, don't give in. There it is. The line one's down, the cold wind blows. The plans we made are wrapped around a hood. Shine down my island, welcome me alone. Last December that you said, one day you'll walk alone. Who will help me up? Where's the helping hand? Who'll you turn on me? Was this my final stand? No! In a dream I cannot see, wrangled as a fallacy, random turmoil builds in me. I'm addicted to chaos. But it bothers me that nobody has ever tried to do Megadeth and make it sound good. Bonnet, the vocals, they just make fun of him for not being good. Well, he wasn't trying to sound good. He didn't have a vocalist, and James did it this way, so he had to do it this way. Their singer quit. And Dave Mustaine is just like me. He needs the challenge or it's too boring. Just being the lead guitar was too boring. He had to create turmoil. Now you'll help me up. Where's the helping hand? Will you turn on me? Is this my final stand? No, the dream I cannot see. In a dream I cannot, tangled as the fallacy. Tangled as the fallacy, random turmoil builds in me. Random turmoil builds in me. Oh, it builds, it builds, it builds. And a dream I cannot see, and I cannot see. Tangled as the fallacy, tangled as the fallacy. Random turmoil builds in me. Random turmoil builds in me. I'm addicted to the chaos. Addicted to chaos. To chaos. Chaos. Addicted to the chaos. to chaos, chaos. Freezing, resting my head on a pillow made of concrete again. Feeling, maybe I'll see a little better Saturdays. Ooh, yeah. Oh, and now faces that he sees him again ain't that familiar. Ooh, yeah. Oh, dark grand, I can't help when I'm happy. I look insane. Ugh. Even flow. Thoughts arrive like butterflies. Oh, I don't know. So I chase them away. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, someday, yeah, I'll begin my life again. Life again. Life again. Kneeling. Looking through the paper, though I don't know to read. Ooh, yeah. Oh, praying. Maybe there's anything. Oh, feeling. Understands the weather, other weather's on its way. Ooh, yeah. Oh, ceilings. Few and far between at the legals. All the shame. Ugh. Even flow. Thoughts arrive like butterflies. Oh, I didn't know. So I chased them away. Yeah. Ooh, someday, yeah, I begin my life again. Oh, whispering hands gently give away, give away, give away. Yeah. 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 Yeah, fuck it up. The fuck it up is permission really for the bassist to go in. It turns out it's really hard to sing over that. Even flow. Well, he's going on the same notes, but an octave lower. Too much. It's too much to ask me to think about all going on at once. Even flow. Thoughts arrive like butterflies. Oh, we don't know. So he chases them away. Yeah. Oh, someday, yeah, he'd begin his life again. Yeah. Oh, whispering hands gently give away. Oh, he's saying gently lead him away. Lead him away. Lead him away. Bang, bang, bong. Yeah! Whoo! Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Money, money. Ba 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 da ba ba da boom ba down ba ba ding da go down ba go doogie ba gow ba ba ding do go da ba ga boo gow boo gow. eat my balls. Y'all don't know me, you're just posers. I don't need your fucking flaws. Keep your money and all your evil to your fucking selves. I don't know the words anymore because I'm listening to a different song. He says up here in space, I'm looking down on you. My laser's trace. Everything you do. You think your private lines, you think thing of the kind. There is no true escape, I'm watching all the time. I'm made of metal. He's actually up here. My circuits gleam. I am perpetual, keep the country clean. Electric, electric eye. I protected electric spire. Always focus. I can feel my stir. I zoom into you, but you don't know that I'm there. All the pride and booming, all your secret moves. My feel is retina takes pictures then proof. I made a metal, my circuits gloom. I am perpetual, I keep the country clean. I'm electric, electric spy. I'm protected, electric eye. Yeah, I'm taking it down an octave because he's hella gay and I'm hella nay. Only gay dudes sing like that. I got an image to uphold. I like girls. And I have to pee. I have to pee so bad. I'm gonna pee right now. Somebody out there is like, what the fuck? Why is he shouting? Ah, fuck me in the eyes, man. Boo! Directly. Blind me. End it. Deafen me. Make me senseless. Such a lonely day. And it's mine. The most loneliest day of my life. Such a lonely day. Should be banned. It's a day that I can't stand. The most loneliest day of my life. The most loneliest day of my life. Such a lonely day. Shouldn't exist. It's a day that I'll never miss. Such a lonely day. And it's mine. The loneliest day of my life. And if you go, I wanna go with you. And if you die, I wanna die with you. Take your hand and walk away. I could have kept going. He doesn't. The most loneliest day of my life. The most loneliest day of my life. The most loneliest day of my such a lonely day, and it's mine. It's a day that I'm glad I'll survive. Present tense makes anything more powerful. Prove me wrong. She opened her eyes. The room was dark. She opens her eyes. The room is dark. Which one is more claustrophobic and which one doesn't guarantee that the story is going to end well? Endangered species caged in fright, shot in cold blood, no chance to fight. Stage is set, now pay the price. An ego boost, you don't think twice. Technology, the battle's unfair. You push the button without a care. Tap on your screen, it makes you mad. The blow so far it, you're oh so bad. You're oh so bad, all I got, all but one. No contest, nowhere to run. When I'm around you guys, it's like the deadliest game. Left only one. Necessary. This is a countdown to extinction. Bum 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 bum. So courageous, all I got, all but one. No contest, nowhere to run. There more left, only one. This is it. This is the countdown to extinction. One hour from now, another species of life form will disappear off the face of the planet forever. And the rate is accelerating. And this was recorded in the 80s. I don't even know how to get off the ground. All are gone, all but one. Contest nowhere to run. There more left, only one. This is it. This is the countdown to extinction. You guys don't understand that if it really does come down to like me or you, it's me. We hunger to stay alive. Let's see if I can actually do this. Probably not because it's too hard on the vocals. It's going to hurt my throat. Ba-da-da. 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 Why do they always send the poor Barbaras and Barbaras with pointed heels? Victorious, victorious kneel for brand new spanking deals, marching forward, hypocritic and hypnotic computers. You depend on our protection, yet you feed us lies from the tablecloth. La 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 la. Everybody's going to the party, have a real good time. Dancing in the desert, blowing up the sunshine. That means the initial story has to be about a devouring mother. Kneeling forces disappearing into Moses' dry mouth, breaking into footnotes, stealing our intentions. Hanger sitting dripped in oil, crying freedom, handed you a lesion. Still you feed us lies, the tablecloth. La 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 la. Ooh, everybody's going to the party, have a real good time. Dancing in the desert, blowing up the sunshine. Everybody's going to the party, have a real good time. Dancing in the desert, blowing up the sunshine. Blast off! It's party time, and we don't live in a fascist nation. Blast off! It's party time, and where the fuck are you? Where the fuck are you? Where the fuck are you? Why don't presidents fight the war? Why do they always send the bar? Why don't presidents fight the war? Why do they always send the bar? 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 Kneeling forces disappearing into Moses' dry mouth, breaking into Fort Knox, stealing our intentions. Hanger sitting draped in oil, crying freedom, and to do a salvation. Still you feed us lies from the tablecloth. La 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 la. Ooh, everybody's going to the party, have a real good time. Dancing in the desert, blowing up the sunshine. Everybody's going to the party, have a real good time. Here, I'll make the third so it's a chord. Dancing in the desert, blowing up the sunshine. Where the fuck are ya? Whoops. Where the fuck are ya? Why don't presidents fight the war? Why do they always send the par? Why don't presidents fight the war? Why do they always send the par? 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 They always send the par. They always send the par. Because the poor are stupid enough to go. Why do you think Chris Cornell wrote, I sold my words to beggars and gave the money to the king? Because the poor are stupid enough to buy. The poor do not have to be the poor in pocket. The poor can be the poor in spirit, the poor in intellect, the poor in religion, the poor in discipline, the poor in anything. Because you can lack for necessary items regardless of your ability to abstractly articulate or conceptualize what those may or more importantly, may not be. I will climb down off my pulpit now. And I will return for more. The light will lead you ashore. Paralyze my thorns inside. To the angel breathing on me from the right, a guilt you'll never know. Some the devil staring from the left-hand side, sealed you any wall. That's when your eyes are in this blast. Then you're this down into the obvious, and I'll decide what you will pay. Changing your mind seals the fate. Paralyze my thorns inside. Open your eyes. Take a deep breath and return to life. Wake up and fight. Fight for the love and the burning light. And so this song isn't for you guys. This song is to me. This song is me reminding myself to fight for the love and a burning light. You don't understand. The left-hand path is just so much easier. Open your eyes. Take a deep breath and return to life. Wake up and fight. Fight for the love and the burning light. It's the only thing I don't like about metal is that it can't sit on a good rock and roll riff for too long, or people will be like, it's not metal in there. So what I don't like about metal is definitely the fans. And so like what I don't like about video games is the fans. What I don't like about video games is the other players. Take this thing to mine. I run, but it stays right by my side. So tear me open, pour me out. There's things inside that scream and shout, and the pain still bakes me. So hold me until it sleeps. It might be that I don't know the words. Just like a curse, just like a string. You feed me once, and now I've stayed. Now I've stayed. So tear me open, buck me where there's things inside without a care, and the dirt still stains me. So hold me until I'm clean. It grips you, so hold me. It stains you, so hold me. It hates you, so hold me. Yeah. It holds you, so hold me until it sleeps. So tell me why you've chosen me. Don't want your grip, don't want your greed, don't want it. So tell me you're no longer will you hurt anyone, but the pain still shakes me. So hold me until it slips, it grips you. So hold me. It stains you, so hold me. Yeah. It hates you, so hold me. Yeah. It holds you, holds you until it sleeps. Am I being articulate yet? I mean, because like these lines just ring out as so obvious to me, it would be patronizing and condescending to you to explain it. After the things I have said, I don't want it. I don't want it, no. I don't want it, want it, want it, want it, want it, no. So tear me open, but beware. There's things in me without a care, and the dirt still stains me. So wash me till I'm clean. They tear me open, make you gone. No longer will you hurt anyone, and the pain still shapes me. So hold me until it sleeps. Until it sleeps. The pain response still shapes me. So hold me until it sleeps. Because I never really do. Too stoned. That I'm able to remember where and who I am from day to day is a miracle. I wanted to know what Rob feels like. To wake up not know where he is. Because he's lived for too long, too many times. And it feels like this. Because this song doesn't have to be about addiction. It doesn't have to be about heroin. It can be about food. That's why you're all so afraid of the homeless. Clever got me this far, then tricky got me in. I am what I'm after. I don't need another friend. Smile and drop the cliche. Do you think I'm listening? Take just what I came for, then I'm out the door again. Preferal on the package. Don't care settle in. I defeat the monster. I don't need another friend. Because comfort is a mystery. Crawling out of my own skin. Give me what I came for. Then I'll be out the door again. Lie to get what I came for. Lie to get what I need. Lie to get what I crave. Lie and smile to get what's mine. I am what I'm after. I don't need another friend. Come out and watch your lips move if you need me to pretend. Because clever got me this far and tricky got me in. But I just what I came for, then I'm out the door again. Lie to get what I came for. Lie to get what I need now. Lie to get what I'm craving. Lie and smile to get what's mine. Give this to me. Mine, mine, mine. Take what's mine. Mine, mine, mine. I'll take what's mine. Lie to get what I came for. Lie to get what I need now. You don't know how easy it would be to lie to you idiots. Lie to get what I crave. Lie and smile to get what's mine. Give this to me. Take what's mine. Mine, mine, mine. Take what's Mine. Give this to take what's mine. Do you know anything about children? Do you know that about 2 years old is when all the children, the only thing that they conceptualize to a child is that, frankly, everything is mine. They can understand mine, but they can't understand not mine. That the first development in a human mind is being able to understand mine, not mine. So theft is something that even a 2-year-old understands not to do. Doesn't matter what you're stealing, or whom you're stealing from. You're legitimately not smarter than a 2-year-old. Boom. So even a bird knows that if it wants to understand something, it has to watch it over time. Many of you aren't even smarter than a bird. You're literally not even a bird brain. Oh, in the early morn, moving right along, cutting by an eye full of sleep, and in the aching eyes under satellites, I was not received. Inside the stolen parts, a telephone in my heart. Someone give me a priest. I'll put my mind to bed. This ringing in my head, is it the cure? Or is this a disease? Nail in my hand. From my creator, you gave me a life. Now show me how to laugh. Nail in my hand. From my creator, you gave me a life. Now show me how to laugh. Then of the afterbirth on the quiet earth, could I sing remind you? You thought you made a man, you better think again before my role defines you. Nail in my head from my creator, you gave me a life. Now show me how to live. Nail in my head from my creator, you gave me a life. Now show me how to live. I like these screamy songs, Rachie, because he's yelling at God. There's a nail in my hand from my creator. He gave me a life. Why won't he show me how to live? And in the waiting hands I will land and roll out of your skin. And in the banal hours I will stand ready to begin. Ready to begin. Ready to begin. Ready to begin. alive now. Show me how to laugh. Nail in my hand. From my creator, you gave me a life now. Show me how to laugh. 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 Man, I can do that in one breath. Fuck you, and at volume. I know that was loud. Frankly, I can feel it when I'm being loud. They're gonna burn the truth out of you. For all things reborn again. You're the days as the time. Cold morning stretches out your arms to the mighty warmth of one golden sun. Seems all I've gone insane for guile. Guile means lies. All was created of the night, here on the burn from the death of a star. The dawn to life you'll realize, expanding force of life where you belong. And in the winter cold with opened eyes, you'll find the strength to fight and stand upright. He could have written this song for me because I did. And she asked me, how do you even stand? How did you even stand? All was created out of the night. We're all born out of the burst of a star. One day you'll walk the world and keep in mind the heart you've been given in winter time. The day those things opened eyes, you'll find the strength to fight and stand upright.
Salmon patties.
I like my salmon patties. I got my hair.
Yeah? Nice and crunchy?
Like yellow brown.
Okay, heard.
It's more brown than yellow, but not black anymore. Ugh.
Are you hungry?
Are you hungry? That's the question. Do we have any fruit juice or anything like super duper sweets?
No, I can get some more if you want me to.
I'm not worried about you having to get anything. You know that.
Yeah, we're shopping this weekend.
You're gonna go shopping this weekend. I'm not worried about it, baby girl. I asked if we have, not will you get. I no longer feel like that. But I do feel like listening to something. I want something in my ears. So I'm gonna put on an audiobook and I can't share what I'm listening to. I don't even know that I can get to my audio. The strength of fighters, strength of It's actually the strength to fight and stand upright. That's what he says right there.
How big do you like your patties?
How thick do I like
How
them?
big?
Burger.
Like a burger?
Burger sized, yes, please. And any that can't fit in burger size, you can make into little balls like donut holes. Because they cook faster and it's super cute. She's not reacting to what I said, so she either did not hear or does not care for my further input. She says, yes, you have made an input. I do not need further instruction. Now she's ignoring me because I'm being sassy. She doesn't like that. She hits me when I'm not around, guys. Go to mine library. Did anybody catch that? She hits me when I'm not around. I'm clever. No one's paying much attention. What do I want to listen to? A history of the human brain, from the sea sponge to the CRISPR, how our brain evolved. That is a book I bought a while ago. It will only take me 8 hours to read, so I could have it done by the end of today. Pro Magnon. Oh, it's called Europe Between the Oceans. That's what it's called. By Barry Cunliffe. It's very good. The collector I could have done without. The Secret History of the U.S. Government's Investigations into Extrasensory Perception and Psychokinesis. Done. That's what we're listening to, boys and girls. What was that, Rachie? Uh-huh. Your next line is, you better not. Rachel,
Huh?
your next line is you better not.
Better not.
There you go. If you're gonna do the no, you better not. If
Better
you're
not.
if you're gonna mimic me, you do it fucking right, or I'm gonna get mad.
Better not.
Thank you.
No, but seriously.
What?
Better not.
Listen to this book?
I don't know.
Oh. In the long run, the sword is never beaten by the mind. I like that. Soren Kierkegaard is quoted as having said, there are two ways to be fooled. To believe something that is untrue, and also to refuse to believe something that is true. I'm into it, Kierkegaard, because that's totally right. Oh boy. It's not true though. So this book opens on the typical, I'm going to talk about alternative theories, and it starts about how like people who are interested in paranormal phenomena were hunted down and killed as witches for centuries is just not true. I've already articulated the truth on the channel that there were professionals at every level of civilization before civilization began. The people who were hunted down and turned into quacks were. The people who were accused of quackery, of lying, of faking, of hoaxing were quacks, lying, faking, and hoaxing. That's why. They weren't scapegoated. They weren't black sheep. They were actually bad people. Always. They were always actually bad people. Like, you might like Guy Ballard, but he was a bad person. You might like Aleister Crowley, but he was a bad person. And you might believe that you can separate yourself from their evil by participating in their magic, and you are wrong. You will be proved wrong by history. You will also become a bad person by consuming their material. It is an inescapable conclusion. No, it is not an inescapable... Okay, so the CIA, someone in the CIA concluded that it's an inescapable truth that the PK existed, according to this book. You can't know that that's true. This person can just make that claim with there's no academic rigor necessary to publish an alternative history book, or an alternate history book if you prefer. There's no quality control. In that same way, there's no quality control over what's posted on YouTube. There's not quality control. There's content control. There's not quality control. But like the comedian Bill Hicks said, about the war on drugs, the war on profanity and material not getting in the adult material not getting in the hands of children is a war on personal freedom. I disagree with him on every ground, but Larry Flint did demonstrate that in the 80s. He was shot and paralyzed for it as well. It might even have been the 70s. Hello, Eric. Just because you don't know about the history of art and censorship in the United States doesn't mean that art hasn't been historically censored at every era of American history. So getting mad about it now is just children getting mad about things that happened hundreds of years ago. It's annoying of me that I don't get upset about the past because I'm able to look at it like an adult. And not annoying to me, it's annoying to you. What up, Eric? It's annoying to these authors because they're just lying. That's why I chose Philalitea or Philalites for myself. I'm not lying to you. If I'm wrong, I'm just wrong. Because I know where I got my ideas and I can tell you. And a lot of people see that as, oh, it's a way to get out. It's a fiddly way out, right? Well, it's his ideas. But if I'm only talking about other people's ideas and I'm not sharing with you idiosyncratic ideas, then I can't be wrong. Rach is like, you're so right all the time. And it's like, yeah, because I position the things that I say from a position that I can't be wrong. It is true, for example, that this book quoted Kierkegaard as having said that there are two ways of being fooled. And so that cold opening is designed to get me to let my credibility down. This person isn't trying to fool me, the author is saying. They aren't trying to fool me because they believe in something that is true. So if I don't believe it, I am a fool because I fooled myself. That seems like an airtight argument, but it's not, because they're asking me to lower my credibility. If you're asking me to lower my credibility, that means that your argument isn't credible. If for example I'm working on a job site anywhere in the world and they ask me not to spend the extra money necessary for the necessary PPE, that is personal protective equipment, then I know that what I'm not working for is a safe job site. They aren't fooling me. Staying there makes me a fool because I did something stupid. I did something self-harmful knowingly. They didn't fool me. I fooled me. And this is why you take less than your work at your jobs. This is why you think that you know so much more about the way things really are than what I do. Because you fooled yourself into believing that you know anything when there's just absolutely no evidence that that is in fact the case. They're not presenting. See, when I read the academic work that I was talking to Rachel about the other day, the academic work about ghosts and the ghost investigations that actually did happen historically across the world, but specifically in Europe, the ones that I read about were specifically in Europe. That person knew the name and could cite the page and and could quote the text that they were working from. This cannot do that. This is not going to be able to do that. This book is absolutely going to try to use things like the definition of supernatural means inexplicable by the laws of science and nature, but that is a bad definition because it relies on two other terms of art, science and nature, that are themselves philosophic terms and require definitions. They require you to have the working definition. That's a bad definition. It's a bad philosophical definition. And Webster's dictionary is not working for philosophical definitions. It's working toward the way people use words, diction. When they do things like start talking about star charts and all of this, the star chart allegedly said, they're asking me to be credulous, but they're being incredulous. Oh, it's the star map said that, not me. But they're asking me to believe that the star map said that. This work, alternate alternate literature, it requires a lot. This is not casual reading. If you're reading it casually, you're doing yourself a disservice. I promise you, because it's designed to teach you things that aren't true, even when it's telling the truth. You can figure out how that works. Or you can ask me to do a video or a lecture series on it, and we can schedule a lecture series where I'll sit down for 2 hours and talk about a subject. But until there's a demand for that, there is not going to be a supply. Yes. No. So he just told this story about a Nazi officer who betrayed the Nazi cause because of the advice of a fortune teller. And the author says, the author of this work I'm reading says, is it possible that that's what happened, or did a British counterintelligence operative actually plant information? And no, 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 no. When it comes to the Nazis, the fortune teller is true. Yeah, Hess had multiple personal astrologers. They believed. They believed.
It's sugar free. May not be great, but it might.
Chaos?
Sugar free juice.
Oh, cool. Yep. And then Sybil Leek is an actual human woman who was recruited by the BBC to create fake horoscopes to convince the Nazis, including not the Rudolf Hess, to flee to England where he would be captured. And so, yeah, the magicians have been used by the people in power since the beginning of time because they're charlatans, cons, and liars. You don't even have to be hostile about it. They just are. I know what I'm going to listen to. Fuck this. Do I have Crowdalus? I don't need this. I need something that's going to fortify my intelligence, not make me dumber. Arguing with this is just going to make me dumber. Here we go. There we go. Complete do I have Crowdalus?
How about some lunch?
How about some lunch? How about it, Rachie?
How about it?
Give.
Give?
Give or fight.
Give or fight?
Yeah, give it to me or we're gonna fight. And what's this? Is this sriracha with a little bit of ketchup in it?
No, it's a little bit of mayo, a little bit of ketchup, and a little bit of Worcestershire sauce.
No shit. That sounds good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I've never made these before, so I'm totally winging it. Apologies in advance if it's not great.
All right. Well, take it back. I don't want it.
I will take criticisms
Take it back.
to make the next.
Just take it back to the kitchen. I don't even want it now.
Nope. Because I made it with love. I made it with kisses on it, baby.
I hate it. It's bad.
Better not.
You know I'm joking, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm reading Crowdalus. Because there's something in Crowdalus by Plato that I complain about all the time, that I talk about all the time, and I want to hear what Plato had to say about it. I wonder. I bet I could find this on that app. Credulous, he pronounces it. Sounds like credulous.
Sounds like credulous. Is it okay? Okay. Can you taste the love? Yes.
You let it get moister on the inside than my mom did.
Well, I put a little bit of moisture inducing. Well, I cooked the veggies first of all. If I put raw veggies, then it would have been dry.
Mm, that's so good.
Is it, baby? I'm so glad. I didn't realize you had to clean the salmon out of the can.
I could do this every day.
It's a good lunch, right?
That's so good.
Lots of proteins for my darling. My special boy. You don't get no salmon, honey girl. No salmon's for you. No, absolutely not.
Mm. Yeah, okay. So I bounced from that person saying that um, using that definition of science that included natural or paranormal that included science and the word natural. And this book that I'm reading, Cratylus, is about a character who's wrong talking about the natural approach to things. So the argument of nature versus
Nurture?
something else, not necessarily nurture,
Oh.
but like that a dog's nature is to behave like a dog, whereas you can, yeah, nature versus nurture is
Like
fine.
voluntary behavior versus innate behavior.
Yeah, voluntary but versus innate, that only humans have voluntary behavior, and but that humans also have a nature, that every individual has a nature, and that there's a conflict between our nature and who we long to be or who people around us would prefer we were. That's what this book is about.
Okay.
Hermogenes. Hermogenes? Oh, this is heavy. Cratylus believes that names are natural. Names in this sense are logoi, just like how in the beginning was the logos. Cratylus has a good idea here. Socrates asks him, well, what if I said, when he says that names have a nature to them? He says, okay, then suppose that I start telling people that my name is Hermogenes. Or he says, well, even if you convince people that your name was Hermogenes, that wouldn't be your real name. And like I think about in Bodies, when he's talking to, and he says, my real name is Hermogenes is on to, or not Hermogenes, Cratylus is onto something. Or no, there's no relationship. Cratylus means the powerful one, the strong one. Mmm. Yeah, his name is Hermogenes, and his name basically means born of Hermes. And so Socrates says, you're not actually born of Hermes because you're poor. You don't have good luck. And think about how we change our slaves' names. Right. A tree doesn't have the natural. When he's talking about names, he means words in the sense that we do. So, like a tree. Think about it. Tree is also arbol. Tree isn't only the tree is not the only name that the class tree has. Or the sun. Rachel grew up thinking of the sun as El Sol. Right?
It is the sol.
La Luna.
La luna.
Not the moon.
Right. But I mean, even like, you know, the NASA guys, they call our sun Sol because that is actually the name of our sun.
Mm-hmm.
Is Sol.
In Latin.
This is just the name of the sun is Sol. Americans call it sun.
Well, that's the Latin name. The scientific name, they use Latin because it's a dead language, so the words and the names aren't going to change because of what Cratylus and Socrates are arguing about. Because names are arbitrary.
Yeah.
Isn't that neat?
It is very neat.
That's why science did that. You're totally right about that, Rachel. You're
Yeah.
totally right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying there's a good reason. That's what blew my mind over and over and over as a young people is, oh, there are really good reasons. They're bad, but they're thought out. They're objectively evil, but they thought out their evil at least. You know, they really sat down and did the math on why black people deserve to be murdered en masse. You know what I'm saying? The
Yeah.
Nazis really thought they had a good reason why the Jews needed to be exterminated. What they did was horrible, evil, objectively so. But they thought it out. He can't decide whether he wants his name to be Hermogenes, Hermogenes, or Hermogenes. It's always funny to me that there's nobody in the studio that speaks the languages of these books they're reading from. Yep. See, I don't have to audit Socrates or Plato's genius. I can just relax and let it happen to me. Like good sex. Mm. This is dumb.
What's dumb?
And yeah. Socrates asks Hermogenes, he asks him, he says, sometimes we agree with people and sometimes we disagree with people. Is it possible that both of us are wrong and there's a third true alternative? And he goes, yeah, that happens all the time when I'm confused.
Hmm.
I sit on the internet and I see people arguing about things, and over and over and over I go, shut up, you're both wrong. And because you're both so convinced you're right, you're convincing other people that you're right, and you're doing harm to the conversation. How can some people be wise and others foolish? And Hermogenes says, what wouldn't make sense if human nature is to be either wise or foolish. And so if we can see the difference in a wise or a foolish person and their behavior, then we can orient ourselves toward being the wise person. That makes sense. And then, yeah, what about Euthydemus, who says that everything belongs to everyone all the time? So if that's true, how can that be true? I don't remember what his example was. I didn't hear it. So if things aren't just based on everybody's view and not everything belongs to everyone, then there has to be another answer, which means that things have their own lasting nature. They don't just shift around because of what we think or feel. They exist on their own, separate, apart from us, according to how nature made them. Nature is a goddess, Gaia. That's why I say that's why I insist that our emotions aren't real. Our reactions. That's what Socrates asks. Aren't our reactions real, or our actions real? And Hermogenes unequivocally agrees. Yes, our actions are certainly real. When we cut something, we don't just do it however. We do it very specifically with the correct tools, following the natural way of cutting. And now he goes back to that word, natural. Natural here being the opposite of artificial. And so what he means is the easy way, with the grain. And there's an idea for this in Zen Buddhism in China. Well, it depends, Rachel. Like if you're talking about like hurt feelings, no. Your feelings are your emotion. But the feeling of this plastic is entirely different from an emotion. That's what Plotinus was talking about in his sections on happiness. Well, the sensation that you're touching my foot is real. You are the cause of the stimulus. Your hand is the stimulus that I'm feeling.
But the fact that I'm enjoying touching your foot, that's not real?
It's not real in the same way. It's preference.
Okay.
Because you can also touch that cardboard.
And it doesn't feel as good.
It doesn't feel as good. Me. It's not pleasurable.
Right.
The feeling of pleasure is a sensation. It's a real sensation that is happening. But it's not real in the sense that this bottle is real. And so touching this bottle.
So what is love and what is hate? Is that a feeling? Is that an emotion? And is that real?
They're an intense emotion. And they're real.
Okay. I'm going to take a shower.
Okay.
I feel gross.
But if you know they're real because you can feel them, then you are going to get caught in the infatuation trap.
Like anger, disappointment. Those
are
are
real.
all emotions, and they're
Mm-hmm.
real.
Huh. But they're not as real as this plastic bottle.
Because that's a tactile feeling.
They don't have any tactile existence. But they're real. They exist. They persist. But we can't change them.
So somebody that has a brain tumor and is having tactile hallucinations, to them that's very real.
Mm-hmm.
And because it's to them being very real, then it is real, even though the bottle doesn't even exist.
It's real enough to them. It's real.
Got it. That's interesting.
Yes. That's what they're actually talking about. Because if you can name it, if you can see a ghost and you can name it and you can interact with it and you can expect it to behave in a certain way because it has a nature, then the experience to you is real. That's why I bounced from paranormal conspiracy theories to these men just explaining the paranormal world, that the paranormal conspiracy theories they can't compute it, they can't cogitate it, they can literally not process and understand what Plato is talking about, so they have to try to reinvent the wheel as academics or pseudo academics. And Plato didn't have an academy, he built it. The very first academy was founded and named by Plato. Socrates, is it the law that gives us names? And so what he asks is just, so if we trust experts and we can know where our words come from because we're intelligent and we understand where things come from, do we agree that lawmakers make words? Because lawmakers need to make words in order to express laws. And so if that's true, is it not logically consistent with that statement that when a teacher teaches language, teaches words, they're repeating the words of the lawmaker? And so doesn't that make lawmakers a special kind of expert, a special kind of genius? Genius being creative inspiration. Your genius was a gendered god that gave you good ideas in the ancient world. This is exactly the same argument that he made in Republic. He kept having to repeat himself, Plato. And now he's explaining how specialization works. If you're a gardener, a farmer, and you need an awl, what you don't need is to know how to make an awl. What you need is someone else who knows how to make an awl. And so now he's actually getting into the argument that Kabbalah has lost itself up its own ass about for centuries. Shouldn't people who make words not use the same sound? Shouldn't they know the natural sound that goes with the name? And so now he's explaining how information transmission and loan words work. So if he says the lawmaker in one country isn't any worse than any other law country and lawmaker in any other given place, so long as they can agree that he's using the natural words, the natural language. He's not making up sounds that they don't use in their language to express himself. Ugh. And so, a person judging a guitar, shouldn't someone who knows how to play a guitar, or at least knows when a guitar is well made, isn't that the person that we should be listening to when somebody's talking about a good or a bad guitar? Shouldn't it be somebody who knows what they're talking about? And so, shouldn't we trust the people who use terms of art, who are scientists? Shouldn't we trust them to know what the words mean? And a person who knows what words mean, like they're a dialectician, right? He's explaining how the ship of state works from Republic. Yeah, naming things isn't easy, he says. It's something that not everybody can just do at random. You can't just call something a whatever and expect the term to stick. I've been trying to think, I've been not trying to think, I've been thinking about this my whole life. How do you get terms to stick, like in rap and hip hop? How do words like how do phrases like off the chain or off the hook, how do they stick? How do enough people repeat them that they stick and in the culture and people who don't listen to the music repeat them? How does that happen? And Plato is suggesting, Socrates is suggesting, Plato is suggesting through the character of Socrates that this happens kind of random. But the people who are good at it are good at it, should be allowed to do it. Should be left to it. People like me who aren't good at it shouldn't be trying it. And I arrived at the same conclusion as a kid. So I got to get better at it if I want it to happen. If I want you guys to repeat the things that I say, I have to get better at either repeating them so often that you repeat them, like Rach has begun to do, or I have to beat you about the head and shoulders with my words until you do. And that alternative is abhorrent to me. Because I'd have to pay you well in both money and things. He's totally right. So what did Homer say about names? Socrates encourages us to think about what Homer said about names. So what did Homer have to say? We wonder. We can assume that the gods use the correct natural names. That if things have a true name, then the gods would of course be using the correct ones. We wouldn't dare suggest that the gods are ignorant of their own creation. Yeah, okay, so what he's doing when he's using the poets, and he's saying that, look, these poets were inspired to use these words. Are you saying that the gods, when they inspired these poets to use these words, didn't inspire the poets to use those words? Because that would also be cultural blasphemy. Who is more likely to give correct names, wise people or the unwise? And generally speaking, do people think that men or women are wiser? And then he's pointing out that men and women have different natural language in this time. And so he's pointing out that the author of Astyanax was the women's language name for him, but that other people called him something else. The men called him something else. And so why is it that women have a different name than the men for these heroes? And then Plato suggests that the reason that Astyanax is named Lord of the City by the women is because he is the one who supported the women in their war against whomever. So the women gave him the city, and they named him Son of the City because he fought in their names. And so that's how they honored him into perpetuity in history. Why are you forward settling me so close?
Are you done?
With? I have one left.
Oh.
Hector. Hector is also known as Astyanax. He says, I wouldn't call something a human if it weren't born in the natural way. I'm not saying I agree with him. I'm saying that to him, even a C-section birth isn't really a human.
Yeah, but that was the body's way of saying that something went wrong and it needs to come out, otherwise the mom and baby are gonna die. So it makes it a natural way, right?
I don't disagree.
Okay. Well, that's what they call it, a natural birth.
It's because Plato called it a natural birth, and he made a big deal about how anything else isn't human. So yeah, they'd let mother and child die back in the day because it wasn't a natural birth. It wasn't natural to intervene.
So if Plato was alive today, women that get epidural and drugs, that's not considered a natural birth.
He might not make that argument today. Like if we pulled him forward in time, because
That's
his
true.
his views changed over his life. If we brought him forward in time, he might know the difference in surgical intervention. Like he might be like, well, surgical intervention is different. We save the mother. He might not. I don't know. But Plato himself taught women. He was the only person in the ancient world who taught mathematics in his day to women. So I don't think he's occupying a position that he agrees with. Plato frequently occupied positions with which he disagreed because he took it as self-evident that the person that he was speaking to would agree with the proposition, and then he could teach them their error in the proposition. So when he says like, "Oh, you hold it to be self-evident that women are less good leaders than men," so in that same way, that other proposition follows. And it doesn't have to be true. It's just what this other person believed, and then he gets around to showing them how they're wrong. He's like lost in the weeds of Attic Greek grammar that I don't understand, but it's interesting nonetheless. Uh, Drugs is why people say dumb things. Dumb things like what, Eric? I'm on drugs right now.
Yeah.
Rich is about to give me more.
Yeah. He's not dumb. Eric, want to fight about it?
Yeah, Eric. I'm not dumb. You want to fight about it?
Put him up. Put him up.
So people who are given names should be given names that match what they really are. And so I chose Shaggy Philolitea.
So if I was graceful, they would call me Grace.
Maybe. I think Rachel, that works for you.
If I was beautiful, it'd be Bella.
Maybe. But
I mean, that's what he's saying.
and yeah, but in the language of your parents.
Got it.
So like if a horse gave birth to a calf, he says we wouldn't call it a foal, right? We would call it a calf. So if an irreligious man or if a religious man has an irreligious son, we shouldn't call the son religious. We should call him irreligious. Yeah, and then so his son, if he's atheist, shouldn't be named things like Theophilus, which means mindful of God or lover of God. And then he uses the example of the character Orestes, which is a myth that I don't know off the top of my head. But the character is a wild man, and that's what his name means, wild man. And so what he's doing is he's broadly articulating a Star Wars naming convention that you call people what they are. You call people by how they behave, whether that's their born name or it's the name that they've evinced by who they've been since birth. So, like when I say, don't be an asshole, don't be like yourself while you're here. Reach for something better. And Pelops, the character, he argues that the Cyclops named Pelops seems to be named because he only cares about what's close. And so in the story, he's fixated on a female character who needs rescuing, and so he can only see in the story what's at hand, what's relevant to him in that moment of the story. You can't look forward in the story. This is why Prometheus and Epimetheus are named forethought and afterthought. No, it's actually, yeah, forethought and afterthought. Epi means after. Oh, I don't think drugs is why people repeat things they hear in songs, Eric. or that they see on TV. I don't think drugs does that. It makes sense. He says it makes sense to call Zeus Xena or Dia, even though Xena and Dia are female goddesses. It makes sense to call Zeus that because Zeus is the source of all life. And so you because of cultural blasphemy, right? Cultural orthodoxy, you call things what other people call them because that's what people are calling them. That's the argument that he's making here. Uranus is a fitting name for the higher god because it means to look up. And Uranus is one of the planets in the sky. So we could see the light of the planet, and we knew that's a god. You look up to see Uranus, so his name means look up. Isn't that cool? That means that they found it later, after gods like Mercury and Venus and Mars that are easier to see, Jupiter. That's why Uranus used to be as far out as we knew that the solar system exists, because after that you can't see them, not with the naked eye. Neptune and Pluto and the other one, they couldn't see it with the naked eye. They found them by measuring the wobble of their gravities, the wobble of their rotations. That's how they were able to know where to look for them and when.
That's amazing.
Isn't it awesome? Can't see them with the naked eye, so we know that those are out there. I want that, but I am done with that plate. And so he's explaining how even the names of the gods in the sky got their names as a progression, as an evolution that passed down through history. And so people who there's a whole mystery about where the Greeks got their astrology, and Plato says it's not a mystery. We took it from the people who had the best information, the most reliable information, the stuff that we could look at and we could repeat and we knew worked. Now you started to ask me something. I talked over you. I'm sorry.
Do you need ice?
Yeah, sure. And then he says, now let's look at the names of things that don't change, because those were probably made with more care. Those names were probably arrived at over a longer period of time with more agony. And so now he's going to go through and he's going to show that the names of the gods make sense and fit their characters. The sun, moon, stars in the sky, those are their gods because those were always present. Deus comes from the word that means running or moving. So God's name is like in the Tao, the Tao of Taoism is the way. It's water that's always moving. So Deus or Zeus is always moving. He's the churn of reality. Oh, you found the nice. What about demon or daemon? So I'll tell you and you tell me.
So Amadeus was somebody who loves God.
Yep.
A God lover.
Or is loved by God.
Or is loved by God.
Because oftentimes parents would say that my child is loved by this God that I worship, or favored of this guy, this God, thinking that if they named it that, every time they said it, the God would favor them, that the name itself was a prayer. But you remember, prayer means a request. So when Plato is saying he's not really Amadeus, his mom wanted him to be Amadeus, right? And every time she said his name, she was asking Deus to love him, right? Oh, because you remember, that would be like me if your name, that would be like if my name were for the love of God. And so you're just like, for the love of God. And I go, yes. Yeah, that's how their names worked, It's cute because they were a long time ago,
Mm-hmm.
It's a long time ago. It's not that they were dumb. It's this conversation that he's having with his friends, right? It's our words have not developed as far as we would like to believe, I think it's cute.
It is cute.
It makes them very lovable to me, even though they did horrible things. They did awful things. But it makes them lovable because on some level they got to make the ignorance argument because they didn't know. They didn't know that the things that they believed would arrive at Nazi bullshit. There weren't enough people, and they didn't live close enough together.
I think people nowadays do more horrible things
Mm-hmm.
with the knowledge knowing they're horrible. So they don't have that to rely on. They don't have the ignorance. It's
Which is why
worse.
which is why it's hard for me to find love and compassion for modern people, but I can look back on these people who did objectively terrible things and oh, you're so cute.
They didn't know.
They didn't know.
Is that gross?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
If you read the things that they're actually saying, they're trying really hard to make the best sense that they can out of a world that even then didn't make sense.
Right.
The world that Plato and Socrates lived in was one centuries removed from an utter collapse of civilization, like what Graham Hancock is pathologized about. Like, where did this knowledge and this science and this technology, where did it all go?
Yeah.
By Plato was 500 years removed from the rebuilding. It took 400 years to begin to rebuild. A lot was lost. A lot was lost, including where the Attic Greek language came from. They no longer knew how they migrated into Attica. That's how much was lost. That's like they I empathize with the Greek people in this way because they were a slave race to the Mycenaeans, to the Greeks who pre-existed them, the Greeks who identified as Greek before them, different words, but different languages, but you understand what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
They were their slaves. And so when that civilization collapsed, the slaves are who was left. They didn't know where they came from. American blacks, they don't know where they came from. And it's a pathology for many of them. And so I think about it and I try to empathize with it because the conditions are entirely different. The conditions of black slavery and Greek slavery are entirely different, but they're not. Not really. And so the Greek people don't like to hear that their language formed as a slave language, but that's what Plato's trying to arrive at. He's like, wait a minute. There seem to have been two fundamentally different languages that formed our language, and one of them seems to have been an independent people, and the other seems to have been a slave people. And so, of course, they're going to prefer the slave people, but even in his Plato is where Atlantis come from. Even in his Plato's Atlantis myth, um, the Athenians are they're the rough and tumble people rebelling against the world. Are you serious? I hate this. Is so badly balanced. I'm trying so hard not to lose my cool with you, Civ 7, but you are so badly balanced.
Was it like this before the update?
Sort of. Yeah, sort of.
Or did they break it on the
They changed something, and it's worse now, but I don't know what it is. Quick is unplayable. Epic is unplayable. It's so badly balanced. The age thing is the age change thing is so badly balanced. I am at half difficulty. I should be playing up here. This should not be beating me as badly as it is every game.
I've noticed that since the update, because before that you were beating it.
No, I've got exactly one win.
No. Can I get you anything else, baby?
I don't think so.
I need to go lay down for a little bit.
I know.
Is that okay?
Yeah, babe, yes.
I'll leave that for
I know. You're okay.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you.
I'm frustrated and I'm trying not to think about it, and it has nothing to do with you or anybody else. You guys keep your emotions separate from mine. I love you. This is frustrating. It's frustrating that Plato isn't better understood, and I do mean by the professionals, but I also mean it's upsetting to me that more people aren't engaged in their self-betterment, that they just assume the professionals are on it, when the evidence is to the contrary. The evidence says that the professionals aren't, they're professional only in name of being paid for what they do. They're not specialists and they're not experts, not at the thing that they're named for. And soma, he's talking about the word soma, which is the Hindu, the Aryan super drink. It was the psychedelic of their people, and it was the magic potion that disappeared to allow their civilization to collapse into the decadence of the post Vedic period. The reason the Vedas needed to be written in the first place was because they had lost soma. Oh hey Manolith, I missed you. Sorry. Wow, I was just thinking about you seconds ago. I'm not just talking philosophy. I'm listening to Plato's Cratylus. Her debt. See, I'm sorry that I didn't see my chat. I had the book open. That's on me. Welcome, and yes, uh, C-section births not being human might be crazy. I don't know if that was exactly the argument he was making, but that's the only way that I could imagine that argument extrapolating out. So that's how I framed it. Sorry, I missed you. I was thinking about you when you said hey, and I'm glad I didn't say your name because I would have been using you as an example, and you would have heard it and got upset because you thought was being critical of you. He says that I think that the people who came up with the very first names, the very first words, because when he says name, he means logos, logoi. And logos, that's the word that the gospel writers use when they talk about who Jesus was. Jesus was the word, the one and only word. It's that authoritarian, that autocratic. Christians they don't like confronting the fact that their religion is very autocratic, but it is extremely forceful and aggressive in its language and its positioning. Hey, Jar. Hi, Hannah. Sorry I'm missing you guys as far as doing the social aspect of this thing. I know that's what most of you are here for. I was trying to do my best to enjoy my last few minutes with Rachie before she goes and takes a nap. So I was just fixated on her while she was in here. And also I am listening to this book because I am in turmoil. And when I am in emotional turmoil, I like to listen to books. And with any luck, I like to listen to them on this subject matter. Yeah, so they imagine their source poets living in the times that they're describing. Even Homer, Cratylus says that he imagines even Homer existing during the Trojan War. They're imagining this. I like to believe about myself. I prefer this interpretation. Plato is pushing back against the relativism of interpretation circa 250 BCE. It's staggering how much work philosophy and philosophers living and dead, how much work they have done to throw out the work of the person who began their school. I don't call myself a philosopher because philosophy is a lie. It is a misnomer. They do not love wisdom. They love the political and social clout which comes as being seen as a philosopher. They like being seen being philosophers, which is the same as being seen doing your job correctly, being seen being a good public figure as far as politicians go, being seen, not being a junkie. So long as people don't know you're a junkie, you aren't a junkie. And that's what he's saying. So long as people don't know you're a liar, you're not a liar because you always have plausible deniability. It's like so long as people haven't agreed that you're a murderer according to the US legal code, you didn't kill anybody. That person died and it wasn't your fault. Or maybe it was a justified killing, but you don't owe anybody restitution. And then Pluto, the name Pluto comes from Plutos, which means wealth. And the reason that Pluto or Hades is so wealthy is because all of the world's wealth comes from the earth. The copper, the gold, silver, it all comes out of caves in the earth. That's where wealth comes from. I think that's a pretty good etymology. I think that's a good argument. And then if you look at the Hebrew tradition, the folk etymologies of the Torah, those are obviously dated to after Plato. They have to be. All of those etymologies had to have been added after Plato because Plato and Socrates were the first people doing this systematically. And so if the Hebrews are trying to say that, oh no, 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 we were doing it too. Well, you were only doing it in these handful of books, and none of your other books from any of your other traditions do it, so you weren't doing it. That's just how that goes. Not before you realize that you had to if you wanted to make Greek converts or you wanted to keep your Greek Jewish diaspora Jews Jewish. Because like the Romans later learned, the Greek style of civilization was very enticing. And Socrates by way of Plato, or Plato by way of Socrates, whichever way you prefer to think about it, just suggested that the reason that Pluto and Hades, that nobody ever comes up from his realm, that nobody ever returns after death, that the reason for this is because he's such a good speaker. He's like the perfect sophist, because once they go down there, they don't want to come back because he's so rich and he's such a good host. And then we just say that and we just say that these ancient Greeks, that these ancient people were stupid, that they were ignorant, that they couldn't arrive at these things, and Plato and Socrates did. We don't know what Socrates actually arrived at, but we know that Plato wrote this because he put his name on it. Very few people used to put their names on their works. Demeter comes from Didusa meter, which means the mother who gives. Hera probably comes from Arade, which means lovely. And Aries actually is a twist on air, which means air. And people say, oh, you don't need to know these etymologies. You don't need to know that. No, not in order to get a B minus on some test. You don't need to know anything. Since the world is always moving and everything is always in movement, the thing that can understand all that movement must be Sophia, because Sophia means the thing that moves. So loving the lover of the thing that moves. Think about it. Think about it. And then evidently Apollo was a scary name. to people at the time. Music, prophecy, healing, and archery. So he's Arjuna. And he evolved over time on his way to Plato. He actually absorbed a bunch of other gods. Isn't Apollo known to cleanse and pure people? He began as a god of craftsmen, heals, and alchemists. And if you look at Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths, he's poisoned with arsenic and nuclear radiation because in order to get to the bronze and the gold and the silver and the iron that they used, they had to go through arsenic, which is poisonous, and they had to go through not plutonium, but uranium. They had to go through and purify off poisonous materials. And his name is a sounds like is like. It's very similar to the word that means destruction. They added two L's so it's spelled different. And then Dionysus and Aphrodite's names don't actually mean anything in Greek. And so you can call Dionysus Dido which means giver of wine, and oinos means wine, which could come from oiestai, which means to think, because people believe that wine makes them smart, even though it doesn't. And then Hesiod believes that Aphrodite comes from the word Siphon or Aphros, but Africa is the land of Siphon in that case. It's crazy. It's crazy to me knowing what I know about these languages and about history and about the craft of writing and studying history. It is crazy to me that we are no further along in these etymologies than Plato was in his day. That is crazy to me. Just absolutely bananas. Yeah, so what about Hephaestus? Yeah, he goes, stop asking me about the gods. I'm starting to feel nervous that they're listening to me. Hermes could mean the one who speaks and invents. Huh. That's why tragedy is linked to lies. I kept telling Rachel while we were watching this thing the other day. We were watching this show together, and it's this tragedy that's unfolding, but it ends in a triumph. And I kept telling her the whole story has to pivot on lies, or it's garbage, because it's drawing on Arthurian and these ancient ideas. And if it's going to bring it home, it has to pivot on has to pivot on lies. The character that saves today, if it's a time loop narrative, for example, has to speak the truth when they've been telling a lie. Otherwise, it's not true to its source material. And the thing we were watching, by the way, was extremely true to its source material. That's why I'm drawn back to the source material. I'm kind of actually in a really good mood about it. Sorry I missed you, Miranda. Ioleon or Eidolon uh, could mean, well, the name for the sun could mean color, all the colors of the sun, of light. He's demonstrating that he's actually demonstrating the same thing that Graham Hancock demonstrates in Ancient Apocalypse, the Americas, season 2, that the ancient people, if not if, there's no if, the ancient people were significantly more advanced, then it's easy to credibly articulate in English. But then Socrates suggests that the word for month, Mayo, comes from Maiostai, which means to get smaller because the moon gets smaller through the phase of the month. And so you can imagine an ancient world where they didn't call the moon, they called it the shrinking because it was a thing that shrunk in the sky. Like, think about that. Think about a time before the moon is anything other than just another light at night, right? It's not a significant rock. It's not a thing that we spend a lot of time looking at. I've never done this before. You guys shut up for a second, but your voice kind of sucks and you're droning through this. But think about that. Think about a time before there was anything to teach about the moon. Think about a time before agriculture. Think about a time this is going to be really hard to do. Okay, this is going to be really difficult to do. This is going to be difficult for you because it's conceptually difficult for me to articulate. So just give me a second. Oh my god. I feel like I've got a fucking... Have you ever seen an ostrich egg? I keep saying a Yoshi egg, but have you ever seen an ostrich egg? I feel like I have an ostrich egg. I feel like my brain is ossifying, is what it feels like, and it's trying to jet out from the space right here in my sinuses. Okay. There was a time in human history where we lived in one localized geography, Homo sapiens. Forget migrations of proto and cousin hominins. Forget them. Forget everything. Oh, are you leaving me, Richie? Forget everything you think you know. Just forget it for a second, because there was a time before anybody knew it. Nobody writes about this that I have seen. They all get up on this wall and then they go, oh, it's just the biggest what if in science. Science isn't allowed to speculate. You understand that speculation in science is called hypothesis. And then the job, the work, the effort of science is actually falsifying your initial hypotheses. Any hypothesis, and you want to try to cut your hypothesis down to as few steps as possible. That's called parsimony, or okay, I need to be recording this. This is stressful. Because I don't fully remember why I began, but I can listen back to myself and actually do this and make a special show for the Patreon audience. Okay. Science isn't allowed to speculate and get imaginative, because there's a phrase in science literature that they use to criticize one another, and that they reserve almost exclusively now for quacks, charlatans, and stupid people. And that phrase is imaginative fiction. Fiction means lie. Because there was a time in every human's development where they don't know how, when, and whether to suspend their disbelief. This is true of everyone. And this has been true of everyone forever. I know this has been true however, because there are whole language systems outside the Indo European and Semitic structures that we're exposed to in the West by way of the Hebraic languages like Aramaic and Muslim is an Arabic language, and Arabic is a Semitic language, and the Semitic languages are Berber languages, and the Berber languages are what the Egyptians spoke, I think is how this works. And the Proto-Berber languages come out of Sub-Saharan Africa, and humanity used to be isolated to the mountains around Kilimanjaro. There was some event that scarred the earth there permanently, and Homo sapiens ancestors got trapped while, I believe, Heidelbergensis, Homo heidelbergensis, were expanding across Africa and then out of Africa and becoming Homo erectus. Homo sapiens returned sometime around the divergence that becomes Neanderthal Denisovans. A lot of people have heard of the Hobbit species. Give me a second, I might remember his name. His name would be the guy who found it. I think he's got one of those fancy G's in his name. It's not in my head. Anyway, around the time that Homo, I believe this is the name, Homo heidelbergensis, was diverging into Neanderthal in Northern Europe, well, Europe and the Middle East, and then Denisovans in Asia, and then a further mystery species that we haven't found any evidence of, going out into the islands of the Philippines and flirting with North America. South America is actually easier to reach by that route. The ancestor, we haven't found it. The ancestor that came back, there was an ancestor that came back. That's the missing link. There's an ancestor that diverges off from those. It doesn't become a Neanderthal or a Denisovan or a whatever. It becomes Homo sapiens by coming back back to the cradle where Australopithecine and Homo erectus thrived. But the geography was different. I don't know the specifics. I could know the specifics. Do you want to hold your panty bunch while I look at the specifics? I would actually like to know what made the geography. I'm as interested in that as I am in what made the humans. I don't even remember what Plato said that got me off on this. Say a prayer for compulsive learning. Okay, here we go. Okay, so the question I asked Gemini, because Gemini is who Gemini is, I said, "Hey, you think you can help me real quick?" The yada yada. I'm being flip and glib because I was taught by engineers. It makes me seem not stupid at the risk of being an asshole. The place where Homo sapiens did eventually return to diverge fully, Mount Kilimanjaro, etc. Will you please tell me what that region is called and what formed it, and where there is evidence that Homo species something or other was there during? I'm not going to read all of it to you, but that's the prompt, and I may not read it back at all. The region I'm thinking of is called the East African Rift Valley, often referred to as part of the Great Rift Valley. Now, here's the thing: the reason that I speak in the kind of detailless stream of consciousness that I do is because if you Google any one of these things, you will owe me gratitude for the rabbit hole you fell down. Because there was a time on the internet when the best part of the internet was falling down a Google rabbit hole. So I'm just going to do that for a second. Sorry that the visuals are going to suck. Would you like me to patch up the? Is anybody in the chat? You probably want me to patch up the text so you can read it for yourself, so that you know I'm not fucking with you, because I could easily lie. What if I did? What if I did that? Oh my god! See, that stuff doesn't even occur to me. Not initially. I could easily lie though. See, my naivete doesn't make me a better presenter. It doesn't make me a better person. Not really. It makes me kind of a stupid ass. I've been trying to explain that to you guys the whole time I've been on here. And I'm not better, just better practiced. That's why I coach. Capture in full screen app. Capture specific window. Indeed. Going. Nope. That says no. No. Mm-mm. Cannot, will not. You're the fucking worst. I guess I could write. Look, check this out. I could use this to do this. Rach would like it if I did this. Right, this would be the thing. Better steal from me if you dare. If you think you're man enough, why is this not actually showing up though? Oy. Why are you the way you are? Okay, well if that worked, that would be the move, but it didn't work for some reason. Boom, 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 boom. What in the name of God? Look, I know. This is how I work. This is why it takes me so long to produce anything, and um, this is why I need the money up front. That's why it has to be commission shit, because we're going to go to some depth here in a second, and I need to give my brain a second to get a little bit soberer and to remind myself to drink something. And Gemini does say to me that being glib is a highly underrated and, quite frankly, solid defense mechanism around engineers. Yeah, the whatever, the thing, I need that. I don't need you to fucking talk to me about how it's this and that and the other thing. I need it done. Yeah. I don't need the whole history. I just want to see the trick. So anyway, geology obviously is what formed the East African Rift. It wasn't formed by a giant laser beam, but it might be in my world. You see what I'm saying? That's why we're doing this, because I'm back to thinking about my world, because this sucks. Civilization 7 kind of sucks. It's kind of pissing me off. It's kind of upsetting me. And you guys don't like it when I lose my cool. You want me to be the chill guy. So I'm trying to be the chill guy. I'm trying to do what chills me out. The East African Rift is, and I don't know what this means, but according to the Geological Society, a divergent tectonic plate boundary. Essentially, the African continent is literally tearing itself apart. The massive African plate is splitting into two smaller pieces. This is from EBSCO. The Nubian plate to the west and the Somalian plate to the east. As a massive mantle plume, a hotspot of deep molten rock, pushed up from beneath the Earth's crust, that is, from the Geological Society. This is cool. It caused the land to stretch, fracture, and drop. The drop sections form deep valleys and massive lakes. The tearing of the crust allowed magma to escape, creating giant volcanic peaks. What? What? I'm just going to read that again. As a massive mantle plume, a hotspot of deep, molten rock, pushed up from beneath the Earth's crust, it caused the land to stretch, fracture, and drop out. The dropped sections formed deep valleys known as grabens or grabens, and massive lakes that because they backfilled with water eventually. The tearing of the crust allowed magma to escape, thus creating giant volcanic peaks along the rift. Because volcanoes are just right gush points that freeze and then gush some more and freeze and then gush some more and freeze. That's what a volcano is. Including Mounts Kilimanjaro, Kenya, and Ngorongoro. This geological chaos completely altered the climate of East Africa, transforming dense rainforests into open savannas, which forced early hominids to adapt, walk upright, and survive, and evolve. Because the Rift Valley was full of active volcanoes and shifting lakes, it was a perfect preservation machine. Ash layers buried bones quickly and continuous erosion continued. Okay, I've seen this place. Yeah. Very early humans would have been able to see and contextualize the crushing weight of history. So if that's what Socrates is doing by way of Plato, and that's what I'm trying to do with my work, then Homo sapiens returned to this place that I'm describing. The others weren't here. And we evolved as a species, presently aware of the crushing reality that under billions and trillions and incalculable tons of mountain rock, volcano rock, existed the historical dead. This place is awesome to look at. There are bones of things long extinct just in the walls of these mountains as they erode away with time. It is awesome. It is incredible, and we have evidence that they fully contextualize not the time itself, but the fact of the natural environment. So I don't fully remember why I got here, but this is who we are. This is the species we are. We're not dopamine and serotonin, hyper fast paced, action addicted, action, doom scrolling, pornography addicted species. We are a little ape that walked upright just enough to lug around a big rock that it could then bang food on until that food burst open and we could get our hands on the marrow. Not our hands, our mouths. It was more cost effective to us to do that than to maintain solely vegetarian or to live like chimpanzees do in the trees. That was more cost effective to us. And then we started carrying it on our backs at some point. I have no evidence of this. But if you look at a Homo erectus' structure and you look at the kit that they were buried with and that they lived with, it was smaller versions of anvil stones that were probably carried in backpacks. So at some point, Australopithecines started carrying their stones on their backs. And whether every single living Australopithecine was either carrying a stone on its back or starving, I have no way of knowing. I have no way. There's no way of knowing whether the Australopithecines who stayed behind and maintained their way of life, from my perspective, where I'm at in my research, and were wiped out by a volcano, or every one of them was wiped out by an invasive population of super tigers. I don't know. I have no way of knowing. But what did happen is that enough of them carried it on their back that they were forced to walk all the way upright. And that's how that happened, because the muscles that we use to walk upright aren't just for carrying our heads upright. It's for carrying stuff on our backs and on our butts. That's why we have that distinct bend, is because we've been carrying things on our back. I can promise you that our skeletons carry a backpack naturally, like we've been doing it for millions of years. Maybe 2.5, maybe 2. And so if you're Lucy and you're bent like this, and you're carrying a baby or a stone, and you've got a baby on your back, and so you got to go a little bit more upright on the waist, you can see how mom might have just started carrying the rock at the back of at her lower back, and the baby on the rock, because of the weight that puts on your lower back, and boom, Homo erectus is born, because mom's spine would be designed with that bend. I don't know if that's actually I don't know if that's the way it actually works. I'm just hypothesizing. And then you go and you falsify. I'm leaving it to you guys to falsify. I'm the philosopher. Prove me wrong. Catch me if you can. Keep up with me. At your pace. If you can. Yes, you can. You don't. Not yet. Heard that, Rich. Show's not over yet. We're still talking about this ridge. So within the fossil record, there are several massive sites in this exact region showcasing different stages of the Homo genus. So Olduvai Gorge in Tanzania, located right in the shadow of volcanic highlands near Kilimanjaro, this is often called the cradle of mankind. The evidence. It provides an unbroken 2 million-year-old stratigraphic record. It's where we found Homo habilis, the hardy man, our earliest tool-using ancestor. Oh, okay, so Homo habilis. I think I brought them up. Maybe not. From about 1.2 or 1, and later Homo erectus. Even early Homo sapiens occupied the gorge later on. Even early Homo sapiens occupied the gorge later on. The Afar Triangle, Middle Awash, Ethiopia. Further north along the same rift system. The evidence. This area has yielded incredible insights into the transition of our genus. Just recently, researchers worked in the Afar Rift. Fuck. Working in the Afar Rift. Tore a fucking thing in my eye. That hurt. Working in the Afar Rift, recovered thousands of artifacts and fossil remains from Homo sapiens dating back 100,000 years, including fascinating potential evidence of the earliest known human cremations. Olorgesailie, I think is how that goes, Kenya. A sedimentary basin right in the Kenya section of the Rift Valley. The evidence. This site holds one of the most extensive collection of stone hand axe technology on Earth. It tracks the behavior of Homo erectus and eventual behavioral and technological shift into early Homo sapiens, proving our ancestors returned to, lived in, and mapped these volcanic highlands for hundreds of thousands of years. So in short, a massive tectonic breakup created the valley, and volcanoes like Kilimanjaro changed the environment and perfectly preserved the fossilized evolutionary footprints of the Homo lineage, from tool-wielding beginners to anatomically modern humans. Okay. So think about it. Let's try to think about this. I worked my way back. I know what I'm talking about again. Think about a time in human time. Think about human beings. Don't need words. Sure, we have voices, we have throat structure sometime around erectus, maybe even Lucy herself, Australopithecine, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that we know exactly when the throat structure evolved, because that's all soft tissues and it's unlikely to be preserved for time. Largely beside the point of what I'm going to talk about. What if they only had song? And in the same way that birds only have song, that's what it was. Language started as bing bop a diddly ding dang a doodly bop bow wow wow, right? It just, the noises like that chirps and whoops and boops and hoops and blah 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 blah. Baby noises. That's what Plato is inviting us to think about, at least. When he's talking about like the people who invented our languages, the root words that we use, the root sounds, they had to have been so smart, not just intelligent, because he's saying wise. He's not saying intelligent because Plotinus gives us the word intelligence. He's saying they had to have been so wise. They had to have been so aware of the past, of what's worked before, of what's worked for a long time, and of themselves as innovators in time. That's what wisdom is. That is the definition of wisdom is as he presents it over and over in his work. He is Plato. I challenge you to read it and you find a truer definition. I already position myself as the lover of truth. So not only am I not going to lie to you, but my position is also a tainted one. Because the truth is a mirror and we only gaze into it darkly. But if the moon is the word that means shrinking, how often do you think they said that word? Shrinking. How often do we make that sound in English, do you think? Sure. Shrug. Sure. Shrinking. Ceramic. Sherpa isn't an English word. That's a loan word. Sheriff? It's not sure, it's share. It's a different mouth shape. Sheriff? Hey, sheriff. Some people talk like that. Do those words all have like a? This is how etymology works. Like, do those words all like kind of sound the same? Do they all like have a? Do they all have like kind of a commonality about them? What do you come? Somebody who loves a lover of truth. I don't know. I don't know if you call anyone who loves a philosopher anything. I think you just call them their lover, fan, maybe. Maybe you just don't count them in the census. Share, but that's we were anyway. We were that shrug and sure SHR shrift like short shrift. I don't even remember what the word that I had begun on was. Shirk, shirt, shrink, shrinky dink. if you look, I asked the question, how often do you think they said shrinking? How often do you think that they looked up? So let's just pretend for a moment that the word moon doesn't indicate for our conversation the moon itself. It actually indicates the action of getting smaller, whether because it's going off, a thing is going off in the distance and you have the opportunity to watch it shrink, or um, because it's like the moon actually appearing to get smaller, right? Because the moon's not going anywhere, but the light is as we turn around in space and it turns around us. So, how often do you think they said moon? Right? How often do you think something was shrinking away from how often do you think they said that? Probably not very often, because shrink wrap, but shrink isn't a word that we say a lot. But even the concept of something getting smaller as though it's going into the distance, whether it is or isn't, that like oh, I shrunk the clothes. That's just not a word we use often anymore. Is that me? Yes. My tinnitus went off. And so if the moon is the shrinking, then I can immediately tell you that you have to have the concepts baked in your language if you're going to get poetic enough to give it a name like that exists for other things, right? For something else. Because for example, you shoot an arrow and it shrinks, right? Or you shoot a bird in the sky as it's getting away and that shrinks. Or you watch a bird fly away in the sky and that shrinks. Or you see somebody walk over the horizon and that shrinks. Or I don't know, if, for example, you were able to have a sugar cube 2 million years ago and you dropped it into water, you could watch that shrink. In fact, just etymologically in our language, it sounds like is like for the purposes of this conversation. Yeah, Rachie. So there was a time when we knew that it was big and that it was small, and then there's a time where euphemistically, colloquially, everybody is calling the moon by the thing that it does, by the largest to the smallest phase. They're calling it the shrinking, not the shrinking and growing thing, not from Plato's perspective, just the shrinking thing. And so, if it's the thing that shrinks, and not necessarily and grows, because the and grows is implicit, and maybe that in their language, maybe they don't have like an easy way for compound words, because where I'm trying to arrive is that the Native American languages, the Native North American languages, I think it was the Cherokee or the Iroquois, they have a system built into their grammar. They have sounds built into their grammar that indicate whether the source of information is reliable. So, what I was trying to say is that for human beings, the reliability of the name, because I don't know that in Greek at his time there were separate words, palabra and um, nombre, right? So, nombre and palabra, even in Spanish, which is close to Greek, very, very close to Greek. Um, and just don't argue with me about it being a romantic language. Spain was populated with Greek speakers before it was populated with Latin speakers. So when it Latinized, it's very Greek. Palavra sounds very much like palavra, like the Spanish palaver, which means talk, right? And talk and speech. I think palabras is the Spanish word for words. And talk and speech, like dígame, speak to me, is different than uh, talk to me. You'd say speak to me more frequently in the Spanish that I was taught than talk to me. Your talk is in their language and in the language that I was taught. Whether Rachel's is different, she can correct me. But the talk and speak are different actions. Think about it. A paid speaker is giving this lecture. And then how would you denigrate him? He's just talking. If if you want to just have a little chat with somebody, but you need to give them maybe corrective advice, hey, can we talk? If they're in trouble, I need to speak with you. They're different. They're conveying a different kind of information that has become for us so distant from the moment, the place where they originally diverged. Is that thinning or is it just clean and there's weight on the back of it? That'd be funny if my hair is finally starting to thin now that I've moved in here and have shampoo on it. That would be really funny if I finally lost it. I'd laugh. As much as Rach loves it, that would be funny. It might just be the way the shampoo is sitting on it, and then I don't really comb it or anything. But yeah, it looks visibly thinner. That's funny. Maybe it is. Maybe that would be less of a terror to me if it did. Labra's word. A lecturer is reading from something. Hablar is to talk. I don't remember what lect is. Elect, select, lecture. That's the same. It's the same sound, and I don't remember what that sound means. But that's what I'm saying. Is that these words are built up from sounds. They're built up first from sounds, and by whatever name we call these sounds, the sounds are what are repeated enough. Like he's saying, you build the words that are root sounds, and you trust the sound has a nature that goes with it. And so that's whatever word I was saying. Like, so let's repeat it long enough that we hear the root sounds and we see which one is the base word. Oradora is a speaker. Yeah, and oratorio, I believe, or whatever. That's oratory is the Greek professional speaker. And so when Plato and Socrates are doing their work, what they're doing is oratory. What I'm doing is oratory. When people come around and they say, oh, I'm just hanging out and I'm just talking. No, where I am not talking. I don't do small talk. I am a speaker. And so when he's talking about these people who understood that the sounds mattered and that maintaining and remaining close to the original intent of the sound is the only way to be true to the ancestors and their intelligence, and anything else is in fact an insult to them, I fully agree with. There's absolutely no quibbling, absolutely no vacillation. That approach, I arrived at it. This is the first time I've ever read Crowdalus. That approach is how I became Shaggy Philolitea. It was taking that approach is how I created the word Philolitea. And it turns out the only place I've ever heard anybody talk about Aletheia is with him. And he was actually mentioned her when he started talking about people using the word leth for sleep. That's Aletheia. That's her. That's my lady. That's my goddess. right out in the open, all naked and stuff. Cover yourself up, bitch. This ain't Southeast Asia. Rachel's going, yeah, you fucking hoe. Hannah doesn't watch anymore. Hannah said, this fucking nerd never shuts up. I want him to just helicopter that broke ass dick around. Let's see it go. I think that's all I got to say about that subject. I need, if we're going to do dialectic in the proper way, there have to be questions. There has to be back and forth. Because I don't remember everything that I want to say all at once. That's kind of what he's saying. Like, if the mind is channeling the voice of God, then that's an explanation for pithier understandings, but it doesn't help us when the gods disagree. So what about when what the gods say disagree? That's why he brings up the poets. Because the poets were expected to channel the raw wisdom, the raw intelligence of the god. And so if the god names its child after itself, son of myself, and that name is three different things, well, which one is itself? And this is where the Hebrew obsession and frankly pathology with Hashem, the name, comes from. They were a desert people that didn't know that other ways of living and other ways of experiencing the divine, the natural, existed. And then they got to spend time in slavery in Egypt. And that shattered that worldview. The stories are lies. The stories are fiction. But the bones in the ground and the biology and the DNA aren't. Those were real people who really lived and really did something akin to the stories they told about themselves. Because you'll make up stories about yourself back then. Power fantasies back then? No. You reserve your writing materials and your fireside material for things that matter. Things that matter. Like how many heads Gowan was able to seize from the opponent. Or Cleopatra's dignity and wit, her poise, her unwavering loyalty to the Egyptian people. Things that by modern standards are just rank fantasy. Or maybe they were always rank fantasy. Maybe to their people they were rank fantasy. Maybe they were understood as rank fantasies. But you couldn't invent people. So you had to take people who were believably fantastic. And then you put them on stage and see what happens. Who knows? I know. My stages are just very complex because I am very intelligent. Yes, I don't know what that means, Dodge, in those words. I don't know what you're trying to express with those words, but biology is the DNA. Maybe. I don't know what God needs to receive. Usually what God receives is the dead. That's what glory is, that someday you too will die. That's what grace and mercy are as well. Someday the suffering will end. You will die, like everyone before you had to. You see, humans were raised up like in that reality in the mountains, and so I think that's why historians, especially the religiously inclined historians, the naturally religious inclined historians, are just so appalled that they can't find evidence that Homo sapiens were particularly interested in burying or revering their dead. There seems to be a certain detachment among Homo sapiens to what a dead human is until its bones. Seems to be that this is real. It seems to be what's going wrong in the base natural brain of the the what am I trying to say? Not the psychiatrist, the psychopath and cannibal. It seems to, well, cannibal broadly, but certainly the cannibalistic psychopath. It just seems to be, it seems to be that humans can't quite reconcile what it means to be a dead human until the skeleton is visibly present. And then it clicks for us biologically, and we're like, oh, this equal dead thing. No longer human. This dead thing. I don't know. I don't understand. But there is this pathology among humans with death. And I don't mean individual humans. I don't mean you. I don't mean me. I don't mean the girls who like Nightmare Before Christmas too much. I don't mean goth chicks. I don't mean coroners. I mean, there seems to be this terror writ large among humans that it will have to happen to us. And I guess today's show is about I've never understood being afraid of that. So maybe that's a confession. Maybe I'm busted. And like in a not a great way. Like maybe I should really like keep myself away from other human beings kind of way. Because like how can I'll the best I can do is empathize with what is a driving terror for many of you, maybe all of my audience. If the things I'm saying make you realize that you too will die, and then you come to the conclusion that hearing me say them is how you're going to die, then the joke at the heart of This Is Not Rob Longshore is dead in the water, and all of my material is a waste of my time. This isn't blackmail to you. This is me doing my very best to rationalize what is and maybe obvious to all of you. I'm glad you think that stuff's real, Dodge. Just everything that you just said. No, I'm glad you don't have anything to be sorry for. I'm just glad you think it's all real. I have no reason to think that you experienced any of that. And I'm not trying to teach you how to be autocritical by picking at that. It's just what a dickhead would do. So, I am grateful that you think all of that is possible. You can ride your chocobo all day. Maybe Rachel will put that back out to the public. I put her in charge of that stuff. Go to her channel and bother her in her comments. Don't bother her here. She's trying to take a nap and enjoy the show. This is where she goes when she's not working. If you want to talk to her about work, go to where she is working. And you can take any commissions for shorts made of anything I said, any ideas that you want on the channel. All of my tiers on the channel are open commissions. And what I mean by that, all the tiers on my Patreon open commissions. 1, 3, I think I did 1, 3, 5, 10. Maybe it's only 1, 3, 10. No, it's not 1. It's 3. It's 3, 10. I think is how I did it. 3, 10, 25. Maybe it's 3, 5, 10, 25. Whatever. It doesn't really matter at this point. The point is that every tier unlocks commissions. So if you communicate with me via appropriate channels, i.e., on Patreon, you can talk to me about things you want to see on the channel. But I'm going to have to learn to react to the pledges differently, because the pledge isn't to renew. The pledge isn't a promise to renew. The pledge is in exactly the same language as that Amber Heard woman pledged to donate however many dollars she, what the hell, donated. It's a promise. It's not a, it's not that the money's not real. The money's real, but there's no intention or expectation of a recurring subscription there. It's a pledge. And so if you're gonna do that, straight up, if you're gonna do that, um, I lose money to Patreon when you do that. Just send it to me on Cash App, or PayPal. I'll get more of it. People have informed me they care about that. If you don't, good on you. Don't. That wasn't aimed at you, Dodge. I'm just saying. That's how it goes. I keep making the mistake over and over and over again of betting on the savviness of the internet. It's bumming me out. I'm sitting here. I am bummed out. This is me in a bummer mood. $4.20, smoke it if you got it. You got 45 seconds. Pack it, smoke it. Let's get it done. Hurry, 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 hurry. Putting that kind of pressure on stoners is fucking hilarious. You know what they do? Not handle it well. It's funny. Mm. Oh, it's 4:22 now. Oh, look at that. I started just over a minute after noon. Like right at noon. That's impressive. I've been recording for 4 hours and 21 minutes and 22 seconds and counting, and it's 4:22. That means over here we're at 4:18. So in another minute, you got another minute, idiots. Get your shit ready. Let's go. Be prepared for the things that I'm gonna just spring on you. Know what you're listening to. I thought about making my new $1 membership here on Patreon. I thought about calling it "You Damn Idiots." You know, if every one of my subscribers subscribed at $1, I would have enough money to take Rachel out to dinner from time to time. You ever thought about that? Just $1. Just set it and forget it. That's the positive change it would see instantly in my life. Day one, positive change turnover. Isn't that crazy? But that was the model that the internet refused to build itself on because it was afraid that you'd be too stupid to understand. Does that not bother you? Does it, man, it bothers me. It bothers me when people think I'm stupid. When people think I'm stupid, when I can see it in their eyes and in their actions, that inside their head they're thinking Vincent Kyle Dennis is stupid. That bothers me. It eats at me until I lash out about it. Like it bothers me. I fixate on it. I don't like it. It's not something I can just ignore and, oh, just look away. They don't matter that much. It's not that big a deal. Who are they to you? It bothers me. It gets into my way of, like, it gets in my ability to sleep, in the way of my ability to sleep. All right, I don't know, man. That's the end of that. It's just a question. It doesn't bother you that these corporations think you're a dipshit? Ah, that bothers me. It I don't, and see, the thing is, I don't know what's more bothersome to me, that you're not bothered or that they associate me with you. I hope you think I'm joking, because it might be easier to make this, it might make this pill, these things I'm saying, like, go down easier, but I'm not. I mean this. I have legitimately been looking for something I could associate myself with that other people like for decades. And I don't want to be associated with Civ 7. This is kinda trash. Okay, Dodge. I don't know what that means, but okay. I see. I have not consumed The Great Gatsby. Here I come, Shamron. You have a stupid name. Come fuck you up. Come fuck you up real good. My brain is tired. Trying to move past that in real time has me not sleepy, just feeling what I just did. Aware of it. reflection on life. Indeed. Well, once you're a parent, you are always a parent, and adulthood doesn't start at 21. Adulthood starts at 13. Well, the idea of maturing in different age groups, I mean, it's one of expectation. What are we expecting of people, of human beings at different age groups? It's not really a conversation of maturation because we all biologically mature at the same age. It's a question of expectation and meeting expectation. Well, the frontal lobe develops on average by 25. So what it means that the frontal lobe develops at a different rate. Biological maturation happens at the same rate for everyone. And so what you said is that we mature in different age groups. And that isn't evidenced by the things that you're saying to support it. Have I lost sound from Ava Media? Is that what's happened? Or have I turned it off? Did I never have it? It's for video just fine. Oh, I know what it is. I'm smart boy. I'm smart boy. I have the I have the Opera House maybe from Final Fantasy VI theme playing around in my head right now. I need to hear something else. Oh shoot. Hmm. Hmm. I wonder if that'll work. Eric, what are you about to do with the cannibals? And do you want to rephrase that before I make fun of you? You've been playing too much Stellar Blade, buddy. You can't get the cannibals naked in that game. Ah, yes. You wanted to rephrase that before I made fun of you. Silly boy. Yeah, you can't get them naked because they began that way. That's right, Eric. You're not supposed to want to, Eric. Like a doctor with your X-ray vision. You're crazy, Eric. Heard that. I see how you do it. Heard that. Let him have it, buddy. Ah, they beat me. That's not what I actually wanted. That sounds awesome. It sounds like you're a real pro, Eric. Sounds cool. Okay. Yee yee. Take care, Eric. Is that so, Dutch? I don't know. I don't know what I. I don't know that I know what you mean. That's funny, Eric. Go forth. Bath time. Now we're chewing up the tech tree. Doing badly at happiness, but we are chewing through the tech tree. I don't understand how I'm losing in science now, but I am. Okay. I figured it out. I have learned. It's about your towns. It's about managing your town growth. And then I gotta get specialists. I don't fully understand how specialists work. But I gotta drive a specialist. +2. And we get, I think, a bonus to specialists. That's a good spot. Scout. It's just me. No, it wasn't either. That was weird. Huh. Ghost in the kitchen got excited about my titties being out. I'm going to snatch up all of the science tiles first. That's what I'm going to prioritize. Gotta use my money in my towns, not in my capital. Gotta remember that. Samarkand has to go. first time. Tell you, hey, you got attribute points to spend, you dummy. I hate that. Shamron, huh? You got a dumb name. Anyway, moving on. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bong. Oh, you're a jerk. Do you know that? You're a jerk. We're so feast. Sounds great. Met a new Civ already. This bitch. Hello. You're a problem. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. was close. Hey, bitch. If I knew they were gonna go hostile, I would have just wiped them off the board. Damn it, fuck these city-states, man. They're so hostile. You've hit 2 location of about 15? Heard that, pal. About 15 means what, 12, 11, 17? I don't know how ridiculous this is. I've got like a 2-second, maybe even like a 1-second delay on this as it goes through the computer, and boy, oh boy. 17? I figured when you said that you were 15, I figured you were, when you said about 15, that you were actually underestimating. I had a feeling about you, Eric. That you were pulling my leg. That's about 20, motherfucker. It's just gonna have to go like this for now. That's annoying. The echo is annoying. Gotta take the best tile available. production right there? Oh, I'm stuck if I went the wrong way. He gonna be stuck. That's right, Cindy. Never tell a lie. Always tell the truth. Philalitea means lover of the truth. How are you doing, Cindy? Hello, Chucky. Great. I need the production. No, 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 no. Alright, I'm looking for production. 2 production. 3 is pretty good, but how about 1, 2, 1? That Bhagavad there that they're saying is probably the same Bhagavad of the Bhagavad Gita, which I have under my pillow. And I wonder if that word, that umbili noise they're making, I wonder if that's related to the word umbilical. Umbilic, so the ik and the all mean having to do with. How about 2 food, 2 production, 1 happiness? Keep stacking production for a while. About 1 food, 2 production, a culture, and a happiness. Oh no. About 2 food, 2 production, 1 happy. Hey, Buddy King. Hello, friend Xerxes. I've got like 4 or 5 vapes laying around here. I think that one was like strawberry cream sickle or something like that. Something strawberry and milk. YOLO indeed. No, Rachel's not. Rachel's not awake. She's sleeping. Yeah, a little Rachel's nap time. Oh my gosh. Few more turns. Okay, Eric. Yeesh. Yeah, Eric probably had to run and get energy drinks, coffee. There she is. Hey, you.
Hey, baby.
Hey, baby.
How goes it?
It goes good. I'm actually doing all right this night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was doing better earlier, but
I slept a long time.
you did. And that's okay. Dodgy says hi.
Hi, Dodge.
The glass jars are probably too expensive. How you feeling?
Sleepy. Hungry.
Hungry? What are you gonna do about that? Can we make you something to eat?
Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you, baby. I don't know what I want.
Okay. I didn't want to make you anything anyway.
Thank you for offering, though.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't expecting that. fell asleep in class. I'm sorry.
You fell asleep in class, did you?
Yeah.
That's okay. Oh, this is so clunky.
Wasn't your big update yesterday or today for POE?
Mm-hmm.
Hi. Hello. Hello.
You missed watching the poker game, but you hated the music? Are you talking about Balatro?
You want me to wrap this up for you or something? Are you gonna eat it still?
I might eat it. You can wrap it up if you want.
Yeah.
Thank you, baby.
getting all wet. Turn 143.
Turn 143.
Yeah. Well, that was 144. Mm-mm. too bad. But here, you know.
I see. Cavalry and naval units. What? What?
I don't even know.
Okay.
I was reminiscing.
Oh, okay. Having a private moment in there?
Huh?
You were having a private moment in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
In
You're
your,
funny.
in your brain meats.
I was thinking about the slingshot conversation from yesterday.
Yeah? You don't want to share with the class?
What the who flown who? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling just fine.
Yeah.
Yep. Just sitting here minding my own business. I'm gonna put a city up here. You guys are harshing my buzz by having your city so damn close to me. So we're gonna work on that.
Yeah, it needs to mellow out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
So have a plan for how we're gonna make that happen for us.
You? You always have a plan.
Mm-hmm.
You're a man with a plan.
I'm a man with the plan.
Looks like Juno has a plan too. She's like, ooh, I'm gonna stick my nose in this live cable any second now and disconnect everything.
Mm-hmm.
Is this your life?
Right.
She's like with her finger on the trigger the whole time. All night long.
Pretty much.
No. Come on, Juno, that's mean girl things to do. You can't be like that. What do mean girl status? Nice.
Look what I just made. Look what I just made, Richie. I am still cooking, Eric. You recognize that?
From the show we saw.
It's Serpent Mound in Ohio.
That's crazy.
I just made that.
You made it? You're God?
No.
No, do you play God in this game like you do in SimCity at all?
Mm-mm.
You can't create like tornadoes and volcanoes?
Mm-mm.
Mm. In SimCity, if you get pissed at your people, you can always like drop a volcano or flood or lightning.
Mm-hmm. Nope, I am Confucius.
Sounds like wedding music.
Mm-hmm. It's very medieval.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm not winning yet, but I'm doing all right. I'm actually kind of losing. It's happening. I'm going to attack you. Don't worry about that. That's happening. Oh gosh. If I attack you right now, is it really a surprise? Alright, give me just a second here. I gotta be right back. Boom, boom, down, boom, down, 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 down. 13 to 20. Heard that, buddy. Charlemagne is about to be out of the game. What's wrong with that?
What happened to this guy?
It broke when I went to use it. It just exploded in my hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks.
That's whatever to me. Goodbye, Charlemagne.
got authorized to work 1 day a week from home.
Yeah,
Yeah, because gas prices are so crazy.
heard that. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get my laptop back.
You're gonna want to get home as soon as possible because I'm not done.
How's your neck?
My neck,
Any better?
it's just stiff, but it's okay. Oh my god, what the hell? Didn't even take damage from that. Oh, this is so annoying. I know it's just cheating outright. Their knights, their cavalry are able to just one-shot my stuff now. Fuck this game. Fuck this. This isn't fun. This is stupid. Fuck this. Thank you guys for watching. You're you're locked in, Eric? Try the new update, Runes of Aldur. That didn't have any classes. They lied to me.
raised their new king from the grave, and he seeks to violate this shard, to feed our honored dead to the beast. Such a transgression. Those vile dogs. Our city of the dead lies beyond the Halani gates. We should move to crush the Feradan immediately. Let us see if this defector's information is truthful. Infiltrate this supposed passage. Find your way to the top of the gates without being detected, and then call for aid. I shall answer.
I don't think you were lobotomized, Greenie.
Fight to the last.
You wouldn't be able to have the thought that you've been lobotomized if you had been lobotomized. If they had scrambled your frontal lobe so that you can no longer make cognitive decisions, you wouldn't be able to have the thought, I'm unable to have cognitive decisions. I shouldn't have done that. Wait. What did that say? God damn it. There should be a faster way to do that, guys. What is this? That's annoying. Unavailable. doesn't make any damn sense. How I could go from doubling up everybody in science to being quadrupled up in 20 turns. It doesn't make any fucking sense. What the hell could I possibly be doing wrong? Why is it unavailable? You have to buy the Tides of Power in order to get these three. Hey, Mr. S, what up? Vulture, how you doing, buddy? Pissed off about that, Rachel. It's your fault.
Somebody must have done something after that update.
That's as far and as well as I've ever done. It just pisses me off. I'm fine, Mr. S. I'm just trying not to lose my cool about Civilization 7 not being fun to play. It's a grind of just meaningless decisions, and the computer can just cheat in staggering ways that don't make sense. Usually, oh, and my stupid ass, I quit instead of retiring. I rage quit, trying to get any of my experience. I fucking hate this. Oh my god. Look how much they expect me to play this. This is staggeringly unfun. So many rules that don't stack on top of one another and make sense. It's like they collude against me. Trying my best to remain chill. Obviously, this is my fault. The idea is good. The implementation of their ideas is just so bad. Staggeringly bad.
Was Civ 6 like this too?
Civ 6 is a perfect game. Modes. In Civ 7, I've got one win on difficulty 3, which Viceroy should be a walk in the park. I shouldn't be able to lose on Viceroy. As long as I've been playing this franchise, I shouldn't be able to lose on difficulty 3 of 8. 7. So I'm on Sovereign. I don't play with cheats, Dodge. And it is just dick smacking me everywhere I turn. Quick is too fast. By the time you even have your cities, your settlements built and you're ready to play the game, you're in the next stage. Epic is staggeringly, boringly slow. I just... Try again. It's obviously something I'm doing wrong. It has to be. It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. The paths that it wants me to take in its tech trees don't make sense.
With a cry of defiance, you stand against those who would impose their will. Though your enemies, Trump, may be many, you will make them pay for each step they take in your lands. Raise your
And divorcing the leaders from the nations is just so much to remember in any given playthrough. This is so much.
polished limestone obelisks,
I don't want an army commander.
nurtured by the black soil of Oasis's riverbanks. Egypt provides for its people, and in its limestone obelisks and tombs, it challenges.
What do you think plus 10% science in cities in tropical means?
Take up now the sharpened kodesh or the bronze chisel and make your mark. Immortality awaits.
Everything you want to do in this game comes with just crippling penalties. What the fuck just... Yes, please. And I am just trying so hard to take it on its own. But like, why does your founder not show you the settler view where you can see whether there's water, fresh water, like in every other civ? What is this? Why can I... Rachel, freak the fuck out. Why did they start... There's just so much about this that I have to overlook. It's annoying. Why did it start me so far away from water? Fresh water. And... This is where you want me. This is insane. I have staggering bad luck. What is this start? This cannot be. I cannot play. I just...
Rani of Jansi, on the back of Great Baba, you come in a thunder of hooves, and you will not have your birthright.
Just painfully bad luck.
With raised saber, you call upon your people to defend what is theirs, and deny thieves and plunderers their prize. Stand, Rani, and show what it is to be a leader.
This is super Gilgamesh.
From the river-fed fields of grain to the polished limestone obelisk.
Bring it on. How are you going to start me as Egypt not on a river? It's just that everything about this game baffles me once you play it long enough. It's like it starts at Civ 6. It feels very much like they took Civ 6 as their assumption for what the game should feel like, because Civ 6 is a perfect... What is this, MedJ? Who wants to have a bad day?
The radiance.
She looked at me like I meant one of you guys. No, I meant the AI, Rachie.
anything from me?
I need water times dos. No, I don't. I need water times un.
Ice?
Yeah. That's probably one.
That's it?
As far as I know. And so it's just come to my attention that my freaking out about things is upsetting to people. So I'm just trying to keep it together. But I did rage quit and delete it from my hard drive again. That's twice.
You deleted what from the hard drive?
Civ 7.
Oh no.
I did it because I knew in my head that um, I can stream it. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-dum, bum, ba-da-dum. I do have Civ. I have Civ 6. I bought Civ 6 and I sat down and I was to play it. And then I went, it doesn't make sense to go back to comfort food when Civ 7 is there. There's so much conversation about whether it is or isn't a ball of shit. I should go play it. This happens every time they do this from the perspective of other people. Every time. This is the first one that I haven't been able to sit down and say, okay, I see what you were doing. I dig it. Let's go. Let's fix it with expansions and DLC that change the rules. And their season pass doesn't come with rule changes, and that is a red flag. That has me looking at this sideways. And so I'm trying not to hear the criticism of the game while I play. I'm trying to just pretend like I don't know it. But it's earned. I don't think the age hopping, I don't think it's as bad as people think. I just don't think, well, yeah, it's just not good. All the other civs, every other civ has been good out of the box. And this, it's from my opinion, for me, the earlier civs before 4 are really inaccessible and difficult to play. This is so much worse than the PlayStation 5 port for 6. It handles so much better even than the Switch port. The Switch port kind of handles like garbage, but it's a Switch, so whatever. I'm sleepy. My blood sugar's probably low. I deliberately let myself get sober to see if that would help me. Maybe I was just stupid because I was stoned.
You got some sweet snacks over there.
I know, baby. Thank you. I was looking at him when I said that. I'm trying not to conclude that they just didn't make a very good game. That's not what I want to conclude. They didn't add any new classes to Path of Exiles, and I don't really know what the point in playing the witch is. And I know it's a me issue. I should have played I should be, now that I know I'm annoyed with Civ, I should just be playing the Final Fantasy music game, and I should just play something. I am just waiting, in the words of Carl Weissman, for one good thing to happen. And I'm trying not to go legitimately apeshit in the process. Pretty sure I already sang today. Okay, so this building gives me culture for every adjacent wonder and for adjacent navigable rivers. Yeah, and why they don't all have a unique uh, district, a unique building, I don't understand. I understand very few of the design execution decisions, or maybe I should say that in a different order. The design decisions that they executed in the way they executed them. I understand, I feel like I can intuit very few of them. Yeah, it seems that what they did is they made every country get a bonus to building a great wonder. And I found that very, very disappointing. Because if somebody's racing the wonder that I get a bonus to, I don't get it. You have to play this on baby difficulty to win. It's like, why? I get it. Potato McWhiskey and Spiff and Brit cheat. They cheat. The pros cheat so they can play in deity. But why is the rest of the game balanced to be played just quickly and outdone for score in competitive online multiplayer? I hate when games sacrifice single player balance for quick matchmaking and multiplayer if the game doesn't justify a matchmaking multiplayer loop because you're only playing for 5 to 15 minutes. A 20-minute game of Civ is a waste of my fucking operating balance. It's my operating power. Yes. Operational balance would be absolutely fucking incredible. And I'm trying so hard because Mr. S, I've been thinking about hanging out with you in Conan, and this isn't the place to do it, but I've been thinking about asking your permission to just keep that live, that server live all night long, and let you come in as the superstar when you get off work and just be like, honey, look what I did for you or whatever. I think Rach would think that's funny. I think we could get her to wake up in the mornings and say hello to everybody as her character, give an emote wave. We only have 4 people in the server, so I would have to talk Eric into getting a legitimate copy. My heart yearns for stealth gameplay in an RPG that I haven't already beaten in under 40 hours. So when I show you guys Shadow of Mordor, in the back of my mind is I already broke up with this girl. Like, so every story about how great she was and reliving the slideshows of our memories is like, I broke up with this bitch for a reason. That was just 8 very, very upsetting hours. You know what this is like, Mr. S. If I define a microaggression to you as somebody, whether they know it or not, saying and doing things that upset you, but you're not allowed to be upset about it because you're trying to be patient. Moreover, you want very much to like and learn to love them. That's called a microaggression. This game has just been 8 hours of microaggressions and just very, very frequent microaggressions. Yes, the AI in this game is staggeringly stupid. That's what I was saying. It feels like they collude against me. In Civ 6, they'll go to war with one another. And in fact, the civilizations that are winning, that are getting good science, they'll take a civilization that's next to them that didn't bump their science. Because that's how you win. They're trying to win. This just spawns science from nowhere. How do you have 400 science in the ancient world? I don't care that it gates at it's gated between the ancient to the exploration and then the exploration of the modern. I don't care that it's gated. They're stacking up future tech perma bonuses. That's not fair. They just spawned 4 future tech perma bonuses that are going to persist into the next stage. And they're going to do it again in the next stage. And they're going to do it again in the next stage. It doesn't matter how good my military is. You can't stop that. You can't be competitive against that. God, I wish someone were screen grabbing this so that he could at fucking Firaxis about this. It doesn't make sense. The barbarians only attack you. You have to spend all of your very, very limited and precious influence either buying them out, sending them to attack the AI, or capitulating to the AI with their stupid things that they're going to just do with one another once they know enough of one another, the endeavors, that there's very, very little real-time point in using the influence. You have to buy out. As soon as you find the only way to win this game is to spike your influence, buy all the city-states out before the opponents can do it, keep them tied up with their influence so they can't spend it on the city-states, and then just buy them out so they join your empire. And the leader I'm playing with is a DLC empire leader, and that's clearly been the meta the whole time, because her bonus when you buy them out, you keep their army. This is dumb. It's not fair. There have been multiple games. The only reason I've won is because the enemy bought out a camp that was just going to swamp me under, because there's no amount of gold you can... The settlements that you make are not automatically under your control. And they're not building anything. They're just generating population. And it's wildly expensive to make them cities under your control. And it's not cheaper to buy the stuff in those towns than it is in your capital. The only meta, as far as I can see, the only way that this game makes sense to play is to build as wide as possible in your capital and buy out the city-states. Don't even fuck with settlers. Yeah, a healthy game supports every play style imaginable with the systems. That's kind of why PoE, I'm just not playing it around other people, because I'm tired of hearing, hey, are you playing the meta? No, I was just trying to level a character to max level and have fun before I was forced into a meta. But you're telling me there's only one meta for leveling too? This is not fun. That's not fun. That's just that's just capitulating to the speedrunners. And the speedrunners aren't cool people. They suck as people. And everybody's cheating. I'm convinced of it. I am convinced that everybody is ROM hacking, or whatever it's called. Whatever that thing that Eric was doing with the naked girl game. My starting seeds, they're called balanced. It's called balanced. Are staggeringly bad. Just like, how? am I going to win with this? And I can just refresh. You never get a legendary start. And if you get a legendary start, the barbarians swamp you off the board because fuck you, you don't get to have fun in this game. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. The difficulties up to and including Emperor in Civ 6 are fuck around and have fun. You can win in Emperor by drawing on the map with the districts. And so what they did is made the quarters synergize at random. They don't make sense. I don't read them. I just look at what the biggest numbers on the board are, and I hope I haven't completely fucked my game. Who's memorizing this? It's not like if you put two production tiles together, they become a quarter that triples or quadruples the production like they promised us. It doesn't make sense, dudes. And I'm trying so hard not to just absolutely lose my flippin' cool over it. It's a great doodly doodin' mess, dudes. It's a flibbity flabbles mess. And I'm just flabbergasted. Just shocked. It doesn't make sense. And I feel like I feel frankly like I'm calling my brother the worst kind of person. This isn't. This isn't anywhere. Nowhere near as good as Civ 6 was. Out of the box. Civ 6 was awesome. Right out of the box. You didn't have to do anything to make Civ 6 good. Hi, Jackie. How are you doing? And so I'm just trying to, I am legitimately just trying to brute force it. Because I did a long form at the beginning of this, so I shouldn't do a long form to cap them off. Rachel told me that makes them hard to watch. And I don't feel like starting this over. I'm trying really hard not to lose my temper, Jackie. I'm trying really hard to just keep it together. Be cool. Don't start yelling. Just... But after a certain point, I have 10,000 hours in this franchise, and I'm not a stupid person. I don't like losing. And I definitely don't like feeling stupid. And both of those things are happening, and I am trying very hard to keep it together. And now I've already lost. I did rage quit and delete it from my hard drive. So there's no DLC that's made this game cheeks. That's what I'm saying. This is still out of the box. They said that they were releasing DLC. Oh no, they just released a patch this week. That's why I'm playing it so much. They just released a patch that changed up the way that the age transitions work. But all it did was fuck up, excuse me. All it did was flim flattily flugen flubbly bop boppity doo bops and ruin some of the UI. Like the resources menu is now a flim flattily fiddly mess. they didn't address the fact that if you have attributes to begin the game with those idiot cards that they added. Give me a second. What? Okay, well, I'm not dispersing anyone. Thank you, Jackie. You didn't have to do that. You have a great weekend too. It was wonderful seeing you. And see, I feel like because I'm barely holding it together, that's when people are like, "You're just chasing us away." It's like, it's not you guys. It didn't have anything to do with you guys. You gotta not let my emotional reaction to what's happening around me affect you. And then that starts to piss me off. Because it's like, why does angry video game nerd get to pretend to be mad, but I can't be genuinely mad? Is it because my anger is too genuine that it starts to feel like you should be mad too? I'm not asking you to be mad. I'm just asking you, legitimately, what I'm asking you is to audit my thoughts and whether I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I need to know. Because I'm trying to figure this out. How in the fiddly widgets did they forget how to make a game along the way? Did they fire all of those people? And then I was reading a piece today I was so excited. It was so interesting and different than what had come before. And then it took me a really long time to win. And I'm like, why is this taking so long to win? And then I jumped up the difficulty once I won. Because once I won, I steamrolled the game and I literally rolled it over. It was easy. And then you bump up the difficulty and it's like it shouldn't take another month to eke out a win. I should be popping off wins at this difficulty 1 every 4 that I take out of the ancient era, that I take past about turn 100. I should be churning through a lot of the first 100 turns, but I should also be getting a decent start, one in, I don't know, every 10 games I play. And the fun of these games, the fun is in absolutely dog walking them, the AI, because you have the game memorized too, and you're just out executing it. But when flipping Mongolia here, Genghis Khan just rolled up on me, right? Okay, Genghis Khan, cool. Thank you, Jackie. Correct. Genghis Khan just rolled up on me, but he's the leader of the Maya. That's a lot to remember every time I look at him. That, oh, actually, I'm playing against the Maya. They just, for some reason, have incredibly good cavalry. This is for online matchmaking, so that nobody can pick the currently broken single character and nobody else gets to play them. And so they just get to win every time they play, and everybody else they play against just gets to rage quit. That's memey and not fun. I agree, but this isn't a matchmaking game. This is just so very, very, very much not that ding dong doodly doing Overwatch. This just isn't Overwatch. And trying to shoehorn Overwatch onto it hurts my feelings. I don't want to go back to games I've already beaten to find a comfort place. I want to know there's a developer out there who's still making games for me. Yes. The goal of playtesting is to iron out these creases and find and find the issues with the balance as it stands. And I have come to a place where I am convinced they are not in-house playtesting their games. That they're getting something that will turn on and they're shipping it. Now, there are some people who come and go from my channel who are like, oh, you should try the mods for XYZ gaming community. I am not burying you because Gary's mod taught a lot of young kids. I am recently learning and contextualizing for myself, taught a lot of today's adults, young adults and middle-aged adults, that on the PC, the game is just what they give us. The fun to be had is what we do with what we can do with PCs. And that very well may be the case. But I don't like Bethesda games, specifically because they're unplayable trash until the community fixes them. And that's deeply exploitative of your gamers. That would be like if you bought a product from IKEA and also had to drill all of the holes to spec. DIY is cute, but that I've always found that to be just a little bit more of my time than what I'm willing to put in, except in World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is totally playable without the mods, but adding the mods makes it a different experience, and that's why a lot of people are really upset that this new expansion is not mod compatible. I'm whatever about that, so long as they have the stuff, so long as the stuff that I modded for is incorporated, I'm good. I know that's an egocentric way to think about it, very self-centered, but I'm not playing the game. So emotionally, I'm alright with that. It wouldn't affect me anyway if I were playing, so long as, you know, the stuff I want is still there. Yeah, why does your game have to be modded in order to have depth? Even the illusion of depth. Why does it need to be modded? Why does everything I do make the enemies better? That's the opposite of what I want in a power fantasy. Welcome back, Jarchoco. That's just the opposite. When I'm getting more powerful, I want the enemies to be getting relatively weaker. Guys. Just the basics. Oh no, I'm so dumb. No, we gotta go back to the beginning of this turn. That was a mistake. What we want to do is we want to tell Genghis Khan to take his proposal of us working together as compatriots and shove it directly where the sun don't shine. Because we're about to drop a bunch of dudes with swords directly in his lap and say, Hello, Genghis Khan. These are a bunch of dudes with swords.
Obelisks and tombs. It challenges the most common.
Are you prepared for that? No. Here's hoping not. I'll wait a turn. I can wait 2 turns. She kind of chubby. She's kind of paunchy. I like it. Oh, it was the CPU cheating. In that situation, it was the CPU cheating. I had enough money to do the thing that is my racial bonus, and he tried to get me to spend it. In fact, he succeeded in getting me to spend it because I wasn't paying attention to what he asked me. And so then what he does is he swoops in and he buys him because he's a jerk face. I will spend this gold on a chariot, and this is going to go so badly for you because now I have a chariot. I feel like, what's his name? John McClane in Die Hard. Hoo, hoo, hoo! Now I've got wheels. Now, I don't like about Civ 7, I don't like about any of the Civs, that the chariots weren't primarily archers, because they were. Only the Scythians used their chariots as a primary, as a poke you with sticks and put blades on the wheels and try to kill you with the chariot in melee. They're the only people stupid enough to try that. Those things are death traps. You ever seen a chariot? Those things are high-speed death traps. Think I'm joking for even a second and climb on a chariot. I sound like somebody's granddad in the 1st century. Oh, I tell you, Sonny, those chariots are death traps. I watched 2 of my friends die in the races. They weren't even on the damn things. +2 food for improvements on navigable rivers. Hey, I got a bunch of food on my navigable river now. There is a problem, however. I can't put a harbor on it. The doggy dang. I just want to go down here and buy that with my guy. What happened to your ads? Oh, I probably just didn't turn them on for this episode, like a big stupid idiot would have done. Jackie covered for me though. She made the $5 the night would have made. The day would have made. Oh, I do need to restart this, and so if you want me to get into a long form, if you want to remind me what I said, I really don't want a long form about this. I'm really trying not to again. If I restart the show, we can do a long form. That is, however, it's 9 o'clock. I've already done 8 hours today. If I get into a long form in the next, 8, I am going to yonk the fuck out right after it. It's going to put me right to sleep. I'm not Superman. The brain is limited, and I don't eat enough. Not because Rachie doesn't feed me. Perish the thought. Because I just literally don't hand to mouth enough times a day. Enough calories a day. She's gotten after me about it. I need you to be a guy, and you need to know that I do not like you. What do you think about this, bro? Will you have a doodle dang? What the hecky heckins, what the heck? I don't want you to be happy about me fighting you in a war. I'm gonna swarm you over and it's gonna be great for me, but not so much for you, you're gonna die. Hey, 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 hey. It's gonna be bad, you're gonna die, you do. Down ba ding a ding ding a doodle doo da ba da ba dee doo. Did you know that? Those are the lyrics. Yeah. Yeah, we can play later. I can catch some Z's around midnight, 1 o'clock. 6 o'clock is when you usually roll around, and we're usually doing the thing around 6:30. So if I take a nap sometime between 1 and 3, I can be up by 6, and we can get a couple hours in. That sounds good to you? Okay.
The fair breeze blew, the white foam flew, the furrows.
Actually, if I end up doing a long form, if we end up restarting the stream around 10 o'clock, um, that puts me sleepy around midnight. That's 6 hours. Then I can be awake for Rachel while she's at work. I'll think about it. What we'll do is we'll put a pin in that. But yes, I do want to, and so I will worry about managing my time in such a way that I'll be there and spry for it. Playing with you though, is it weird if I just talk kind of like my experience out to you live to other people? Because I could also share it with you if we're off stream while we're playing. I've watched a lot of Neebs over the years, and the early stuff, and by the early stuff I mean after their first Minecraft series, which is called Neebsylvania. They played Ark, and then they started playing 7 Days to Die. In the early Ark and 7 Days to Die episodes, Thick 44, they yell at their buddy Thick a lot for running off and doing stuff without him. Like, and then in Conan, Neebs is constantly complaining while they're playing Conan in the first season that he doesn't know what's going on because he doesn't ever get to see what anybody is doing. And so I was just kind of like thinking about this is just the gayest fucking shit I'll ever say in my life, and Rachel's gonna love it. But I was kind of thinking about our house, Mr. S. And we have the no homoist fucking house in the history of the universe. It's got a great big fucking wall. Excuse me. It's got a great big flammable wall right between our beds and 2 doors to the outside. It's the biggest no homo sleepover of all time. Anyway, I'm the one who put my bed on the other side of the wall. I'm the one who put my bed in the workshop. But I was just thinking about how I came back into the house, and I was like, oh shit, there are workbenches everywhere. And so I was sitting here in my mind, like rolling through what I got to do, what I got to do with my character, and how I can avoid doing things that overlap with you. Yeah, we started doing different quests. And so our paths diverged immediately, and we were doing different stuff. We were doing different stuff immediately, which is great because when we log back in, assuming I didn't delete the save, which we'll get right back there faster because I will be up to speed for the story I'm about to tell. Um, I know, Eric, it's very suspect. Um, um, I walked in and I saw that bench and I was planning in my head, like, okay, don't do anything that intersects with what he's doing. Remain divergent from what he's doing so the base will flesh out and fill out faster. And then I realized that, like, if I want to do the things that he's doing, because it's a journey, you're all working toward this journey together. If I want to do it, I can do exactly what he said. He goes, yeah, you can just build it and delete it. And so I'm thinking of, like, every time I stopped and I started to, like, complain, we like Neeb's like, ah, man, you did that without me. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. He would say that kind of stuff. He'd be like, all right, you can just do it and delete it. I think I have heard of those guys, Jarchoco. I bet that is funny. Italians are delightful. Especially real Italians from Italy. I messed up, by the way. I've already messed up in this game. Yeah, and then I'm like a hybrid of Neebs and Apsro. And so both of my halves are arguing with both of your halves, and one of your halves is cool to just not be there for the argument. So it makes for it genuinely made for a really great time. It will make for great content someday. I'm not asking you to stream this morning either. I would like a little bit more comfort, and I would like to be past the I'm still learning this game complaining that I'm gonna do, because I just really need to look myself in the eye and realize that as a person, I complain a lot. Oh my god. So when I feel an emotion, I just say it out loud, and that's off-putting for some people. And so I just need to get past that. Maybe reintroduce caffeine into my life. And just buckle down and learn it. And so, like, the buckle down and learn it of it all sounds easier than what I find it to be, because there's a certain amount of, once I figure it out, I don't need to play it anymore. And that doesn't work when your friends are relying on you to play with them. Please. And so it sounds like I'm talking myself into not playing the game, and I am right now. Okay, that sounds cool. Maybe I need to stop thinking about this as a completionist playing at random and all the things that I usually do. And I need to think about stacking bonuses I'm actually interested in and trying to understand why taking Han China seems like such a death trap for me. It's just growth rate. Civ 7. Oh, no, we're talking about Conan Exiles.
शस्त्राला त्यांना हाताळणाऱ्यांचीच ताकद असते आणि ती ताकद हृदयातून निघते.
You ever think like about why? You ever like ask yourself like in your heart or your soul or wherever you keep your thoughts? You ever look at India and ask why they don't cut their fabric? I get it. The long bolt of fabric was in its own right wealth.
Lakshmi Bai, Rani of Jhansi, on the back of Great Bada.
But do you ever look at it and go, I know you know how to sew?
You will not have your birthright denied.
Because this woman is in a single bolt of cloth that's
You call upon your people to defend what is theirs.
folded and wrapped around her body in such a way that it's shaped like pants.
Stand, Rani, and show what it is.
I'm not mad. I sound mad because I'm projecting my voice. I sound mad to me too. I'm like, bro, it's not worth all that. I'm not mad. I'll figure it out.
The radiance.
They run and stomp and jump up there so fucking loud and hard. Excuse me. So flim-fladdling hard and loud that it actually blinks our lights out. I'm legitimately waiting for one of them to fall through the floor. But I can't seem to find a straight answer about whether Conan is getting more support. So I know that they just completely, the company that does Conan, they just completely overhauled the Dune game. But the smaller, more intimate, maybe it's just a private server in one of these is what I just need to invest in. But the smaller, more intimate, nobody trying to destroy one another. We're just hanging out in a creative, not a creative world, but we're just hanging out in a world, in a game, enjoying the world creatively. That's largely lost among gamers. And Neebs' crowd, Neebs' actual viewers, aren't gamers. So they're not influencing the way people engage with video games. They're influencing what games people do eventually engage with, but not the manner in which. I'm trying to influence. I'm trying to reach into the way you engage. That's what I'm reaching for. And now you know. And that's all there is to it, folks. Akina Newa, to you as well, friend. Does that mean hello, or did you call me a bad word in your language? Heard that, Jags. Wait a ding dong second. Ding dang doodly ding dang a ding a dong ding doodle dobbly bang bang a bing a bong. Let me see what's up in here. And I don't know. There's a lot about this that I don't understand. My understanding is the Jags are going to be playing in Orlando all season this year. Pachacute. Pachacute. Next year? Heard that. Bing. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. We'll take the production. Oh, wow. Thank you, Sir Jags. That's very kind of you. Blessings to you as well. Sometimes God is surprisingly good. Eric noticed that I hadn't monetized today's stream, that I didn't put on ads. And I said, we'll get around to it. Jackie paid for today's stream. I made $5. No big deal. Thank you for that, sir. How did you end up a Jags fan in Minneapolis? With the Vikings right there. You were 8 in 99? My brother is your age. I was 12 in 99. We were living in Charlotte, North Carolina at the time. I'm not a Panthers fan, but I always gravitated more toward the Panthers. They weren't in the AFC and so couldn't really rival my actual love at the time for the Dolphins. Thank you for that, Jax. And welcome, Virgo lady. Thank you. Jaguars for life. Hannah? I didn't picture you being much of a football fan, to be honest with you.
This land has
Cool. Sport of racing? I was actually playing a racing game yesterday. Yeah, not NASCAR, but racing things. I don't watch other people race, nothing like that. But racing games are fun. You be watching, Eric? Is that so? Do not be alarmed. It's just Eric. Oh, come on. I'm glad you're a part of it too, sir. Thank you for being here, pal. They are very cool. Yeah, I have some very cool friends. He's back for the millionth time. Yeah, Hannah. Heck yeah, sir. Thank you. He's our newest Shaggonaut, Eric. Sir Jaguars. He's a Jags fan. Lives in Minneapolis, Minnesota. He took time out of his day to support the channel. For that, I'm very grateful.
There is another world.
You're a Broncos fan, Jar? Go Broncos as long as it's not against your Jags. Heard that. Football season's coming up. I'm glad to see you guys itching for it too. Coming for your revenge? Jar, you're so pleasant. It's hard to imagine you wanting revenge.
The spoken.
I love that, sir. I've been saying for a while now that I might start singing myself here. So stick around. I'm at Pantheon. Heard that. I'll be right back.
Lakshmi Bai, Rani of Jhansi, on the back of Great Bali. You come in a thunder of
I think that's very cool that you want to share your music with us. Thank you.
with raised saber.
Check out Sir Jaguars at quarters_CP3 on S Mule.
Beams with bundles their cries.
just me, Juno. Oof. Not what I wanted. That's peaceful. That's a nice sound. Hey, that's Grace. That's great. What now? I did. Juno was giving me what for. She's just a simple cat. She wants things to remain the same. She doesn't like it when I get up. She doesn't like it when I do anything. May I? Okay. I know, you're not super big affection cat.
The radiance of the new moon
For sure, Jax.
being bathed in
You get out of life what you put into it, and so I value your approach for many reasons. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your positivity and your good vibes. And thank you for using the chat. I never did enjoy it. I never did end up having that cigarette. I don't think I had that. I did have the bomb. Not like another one of them. Problem is, I've only got one pack. And it's this one that I already smoked. Ay, 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 Hannah, what are we going to do with her? Oh, Mr. S, Eric, other members. What if what if we tried to get together and do like a movie night? Maybe not this weekend. I just realized what day it is. We all need a bong before a cigarette. That's facts. Maybe. I don't know about all of us. Mr. S better stay away from the bong and the cigarettes. He's too young. He's too young to be cool. Can't really hear it now. It's hard to breathe and do that at the same time. But there you go. I figured out how to do that. It doesn't sound good, but there you go. I can do that. Thank you, Jags. Anyway, the song naturally ended on the TV and I couldn't really hear it. But yeah, that was an original piece of music. That wasn't anything. It was I heard a drum riff and I just started singing over it. So there you go. You take that, you loop it, the bow, bow, da, 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 and then you just put a melody over top of it. Ding, ba, ding, do, 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 bow, boo, doo, da, Like that. And you got a song. And then you add words like, hey girl, did you know that your hosts have a run in them? I'm not a perv, I just thought I'd let you know so you can do something. If you brought a backup pair, I'll see you round, girl. I'll see you round, but probably not in them hoes. They gotta run, girl. Like that. And you got a song. I just heard the song that I wrote. Ah. I'm sorry, miss, but did you know that your hose have a run in the back? Yes, I was looking at your legs, and then I noticed, your underwear is ripped. Have a good day. That wasn't the note I wanted to land on, but that was the note I did land on. Beep bop doodle dabble. Baby, I need a digital artist. Hey, anybody want to volunteer their time as a digital artist to help me come up with stickers for the channel so I can have a $10 tier that you guys can have special stickers? $10 membership tier that gives you guys special stickers and like actually something. Right now, I cannot figure out how to make that $5 worth it as something other than I love the channel and I want people to know it. That's all it is for other channels. So I get that. But I don't like leaving value on the table. You know what I'm saying? If I can bring you a ketchup with those fries, then I've done my friggin' job. You know, I'm going to enjoy this boom.
I'll protect thee.
Between you and me, Jar, I've never thought I looked good in shades. I've never thought I look good in shades now. I've just never thought I looked cool in them. Maybe it's just that I've never thought I looked cool. Take care, Jags.
Friedrich II. Hocherfreut, euch kennenzulernen. Ich bin ein Engel im Salon. Aber
Her neutral reading, her body language is funny in her neutral reading. Eh. I've seen better.
he was the first.
I understood what you meant, buddy. Hey, Eric, welcome back. I heard that, Jar. You gotta go choke a chicken, do you, Eric? Suspect. Look, Friedrich, you don't want to do what you're doing. I am in the middle of an extremely hostile takeover of these people culturally, and so I'm going to need you to piss off.
There's enough.
In fact, I'm going to denounce you just because I don't like you, and I think your face is dumb. True facts. Yeah, I just don't like you, man. Bad time to be you, bro. No. It will be. Wait, but is it early enough in the game? They will get 3 support. Look, Rachel, some of us. That's not Rachel, that's Hannah. Sorry, I called you Rachel because I'm used to speaking to Rachel now. She's become the name that is all women. Hannah, shut your butt. I'm sorry. I'm teasing. I forgot what we were talking about, and so I just kind of. You may be reminded that I recently got stoned. Lionfield will say approved. I was being a bully to someone on my game. And then I turned around and gave it to you, Hannah. I'm sorry. Why did that barbarian skip his settler and go straight to my warrior? It makes no sense. They're just so hostile of the player, the barbarians. And they just ignore the NPC characters. That's what NPC stands for. The non-player factions, leaders, empires, non-player characters. It's annoying. Ketchup does not belong on spaghetti. Mm-mm. Oh, they're less friendly? It'll be alright. I just need your sweet XPs. not even the XP that you're giving me. It's the influence. You have influence points inside you, and I'm taking them from out of you. It feels right to me. So, that's what I'm doing to you. Like I said, hostile takeover. Like the most possible hostile takeover. The hostilest of takeovers. Yeah, I woke up today and decided that, and chose violence. That's what I meant to say. I woke up today and chose violence. Bhutan? Can give you your liberty to make your own choices. But I need you to be smart with what you do with them. Hey, Capua. Hey, are we, like, how are we doing as far as, do you dislike me yet? How is that a surprise to you that I want combat? Well, Mr. S finally cracked. It's only a matter of time, really. I should actually write that down so I have it for later. I should write the flim flam that he says down so I can remember it later, cribbed from it, on the off chance that he doesn't remember having said it. And not even like as it like a psychological study. Not like a, do you know you say these things kind of situation? Just like to steal from him copiously and with very little shame, remorse, or inclination to ask forgiveness. Kutan, I need you to be cool. I used the corpses of your citizens to get the influence necessary to buy you out, so you better be cool. How is this still a surprise war to you? Heard that. Damn. So many hyper hostile barbarians. Oh man, that elephant noise freaked me out like more than a little bit. How was that? Oh, it's an elephant. Good. 1, 2. This has to be the spot. This is a bummer spot. No, it could be here. This is an even worse spot. Yeah, no shit. I mean, no doubt, Mr. S. Survived, he was able to get out of the country unscathed. Son, I need you to be cool. 8 more times. How about, or 8 more turns? How about 6 more turns? Hinder, Civic, you, Hooker. We're gonna fight you, Billy Joel Hooker. Formal war. The time has come, Friedrich. I and my pants that are all of one single piece of cloth. It staggers the imagination. It just staggers the imagination with the stubbornness. Like, I know you know what scissors are. Nope, we're gonna figure out how to fold this so that it doesn't fall off. Show you a little cooter. I might have said that one out loud. Worse things have happened to you and your children. It's a complicated story. No, it's not. We're playing as... what I should have done is a fuck it. For Hannah, because Hannah might get that joke. And I've never done it on the channel, but it's always on my mind. I'm playing as Lakshmi Bai. I don't know who she is. She's the Rani of Jhansi. Look. Her outfit is staggering. It just boggles my mind. Anyway. Bow, bow, bow. What was I saying? Oh, we're the leader of the Marian civilization. I don't know who that is either. I'm not really learning things as we do this, Mr. S. I'm just getting increasingly frustrated that I'm not better at it. And look, sometimes I forget I'm not 25, so the 20-year-old in me went, yeah, that's called getting old. Fair enough. "20-year-old me was a brutal realist." Just in time. That's how I want to go. Maybe we pursue this war instead of just letting it grind on into eternity. Unpursued. I think I just needed him to know that I wanted to be at war with him. I didn't know that would happen. Or think it could, for that matter. Fuck. Oh my god, these hyper-aggressive barbarians.
Lakshmi Bai, Rani of Jhansi, on the back of great farmers.
It's upsetting.
You come in a thunder of hooves, and you will not have your birthright denied. With raised saber
I'm playing badly.
Which is theirs, and deny thieves and plunderers there.
No. That's not happening. What?
Lakshmi Bai, Rani of Jhansi, on the back of Great Father. You come in a thunder of hooves, and you will not have your
These
birthright
starts assault my mind. Who made this?
defend which is theirs, and deny thieves and plunderers their prize. The radiance of the new world came to be.
Okay, so my leader gets a plus 50% influence towards initiating the city-state incorporate action, which buys them into your empire. When you incorporate a city-state, you gain all of their units. When one of your land military units defeats an enemy unit, you gain influence equal to 100% of the defeated unit's combat strength. That's Lakshmi Bai. And then the Marian Empire gets Damatamba, which is plus 2 happiness on happiness. What? Oh, sorry. Happiness, military, and science buildings. Land units are fully healed when you enter a celebration. That's basically what they call golden ages now. Plus 30% production towards constructing Sanchi Stupa. Purabhatara is unlocked with the wheel. Unique unit, Marian unique cavalry unit, plus 5 combat strength against fortified districts. Nagarika unique unit, Marian unique settler, civilian unit capable of founding new towns, grants a free purchase of an altar building in the new town. And then they get unique quarters that give them bonus happiness and a little bit of science. And then a unique building that gives a little bit of culture. And then they have some extra stuff you don't need to know about. Why did I open this menu? Does anyone remember? No breaking the spaghetti and no putting ketchup in the sauce. That's correct. Okay.
I protect thee. Cage.
They do get mad. Jar.
này một số mát trên đỉnh Zanzibar và sông chảy êm đềm tĩnh lặng của sông.
The chicken has successfully been choked, Eric. Heard that, Eric. How can she possibly have 41 science this early in the game? I am indeed muted. Thank you. I had a thought and I didn't want to say it where I could be heard. But I knew I was going to end up saying it out loud or it was going to give me PTSD. Hmm. Where is she? So I'm just a mean girl at this point. I attack someone, like, I don't even know where they are. Just because. Hmm. She has a good. If she's wondering why I was so hostile about that, so am I. Oh well. It's done, it's done. My goodness. Not bad, guys. Under one of these chocolate bars, she is bound to be hiding. There she is. Did I find you, you dirty witch? Classic mean girl behavior. Are you my mean girl expert?
Spoken.
I have no idea how these slingers are going to shoot up this hill, but I can't walk up that hill. It doesn't make any sense. There she comes. Which is, she has no comprehension that feeding her soldiers into my meat grinder is actually good for me. Monty Punan is no longer hostile. And oh no. What's this? Oh my goodness. I'd have preferred it if you didn't do that.
Екатерина Алексеевна, императрица и попечительница искусств. Но
He heard.
Trong sự giao hòa như đất vạn.
He heard. The spoken word. For those
You'll be damned, Derek.
He heard these horrors.
Mạch đất này.
You feel great? Plan B irrespective?
tourist should get another lens.
No, I'm not cooking. I was, and then I let her off the hook, and she spawned a bunch of units that I couldn't fight anymore.
You come in a thunder of hooves, and you will not have your birthright denied. With raised saber, you call upon your people to defend what is theirs, and deny thieves and plunder. The radiant
The cage. There is it.
There is one tree this